Okay. Is he? Yeah. You doing okay?
It's 5:30 p.m. on Tuesday, January 18th, 2022. I call this regular meeting of Kingsville Untitled Chapter to order. This time we'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Ryan Kufal. Here. Lieutenant Colonel Price. Mr. David R. Garcia. Here. Ms. Elizabeth Ramos.
Here.
Mr. James Gleason. Here. Ms. Delma Salinas.
Here.
Mr. Corey Garza is here. Also, let the record show that our superintendent of schools, Dr. Kisd Reynolds is also in attendance, along with our legal counsel, Mr. Nick Maddox with the O'Hanlon General Castillo firm. And there is a quorum of board members present. This meeting has been posted in accordance with Government Code Chapter 551, State of Texas Open Meetings Act. At this time, we move to the moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance and the Texas Pledge. Before we move on to the moment of silence, we're going to take a little bit longer, as far as the moment. Unfortunately, KISD has lost a family member, unfortunately this week. So those of you all, if we could just again keep her and her family in your prayers.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. On the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one indivisible.
This meeting will be live video streamed at https://bit.ly/3 SROLQR. This time we move to item number 4, adoption of agenda. Do I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
I move that we adopt the agenda as presented.
Been moved by Mr. Brian Kufal. Is there a second?
I'll second.
And second by Mrs. Delma Salinas. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. All right, go ahead and move on to item number 5, public participation. Says policy BED. At this time, Ms. Pettis, do we have anyone that wishes to address the board?
None, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Go ahead and move on to item number 6, communication from administration. The item 6A, school board recognition month. This can be found in the board book on pages 3 and 4. The Dr. Pettis, our Mayor, Mr. Sam Fugate. I will read a proclamation. So, Dr. Pettis.
First of all, I want to personally thank all of our school board members, our board of trustees, board president Corey Garza, because without you, we could not be moving forward. So thank you so much for all of your support. Also, we received something from the governor just today, and so we will be posting it, and I will give you copies of it. We just received it. And Mayor Fugate is here as our special guest, to say the proclamation. So welcome.
Well, thanks for having me. I tell this every year, so I guess I just need to repeat myself. I served, as y'all, most of you know, I served on this board for 9 years. And by far and away the hardest job I ever had. And I've, as my day job as an attorney, I've tried a lot of different kinds of cases, and some that are pretty onerous and difficult, but nothing like serving on the school board. And when I left here to go to the city, you know, potholes and streets and garbage pickup was pretty easy compared to what you guys deal with. It gets very emotional. I remember I was back here one time as mayor, and I was sitting in the back, and they were going to have to shut down this one program, and the parents were here, and it was very emotional, and I started getting this really bad feeling, and I realized I hadn't had that feeling since I served on this board. So I really appreciate y'all's service to this community. Kisd is moving in the right direction, doing very well, and I had an opportunity during the holidays to go to Pettis, and it was a great event. So I know, Dr. Pettis, I really appreciate you and the work that you're doing. The city is here to help in any way we can.
Thank you.
With that, I have a proclamation. Whereas the mission of public schools is to meet the diverse educational needs of all children and to empower them to become competent, productive contributors to a democratic society and ever-changing world. Whereas local school board members are committed to children and believe that all children can be successful learners and that the best education is tailored to the individual needs of the child. Whereas local school board members work closely with parents, educational professionals, and other community members to create an educational vision we want for our students. Whereas local school board members are responsible for ensuring the structure that provides a solid foundation for our school system. And whereas local school board members are strong advocates for public education and are responsible for communicating the needs of the school district to the public and the public's expectation to the district. Now, therefore, I, Sam R. Fugate, as the mayor of the city of Kingsville, Texas, do hereby proclaim the month of January 2022 as School Board Recognition Month here in Kingsville, Texas, and I urge all citizens to join me in recognizing the dedication and hard work of the local school board members and working with them to mold an education system that meets the needs of both today's and tomorrow's children. And witness whereof I have hereunto caused the seal of the city of Kingsville, Texas to be affixed this the 18th day of January 2022 and signed by me as mayor. Again, thank you for everything you do and all the service that you provide for not just the kids, but this community.
Get all the board members now. Go ahead, take a picture with Mayor Fugate.
Mayor Fugate, can you,
Trying to get a.
we want to take a picture with you.
Oh, okay. Mask or no mask?
I'm a master. It's up to you. It's optional. Charles hasn't come home yet. In a month, don't ask me that question. You may do what B-Bill did.
It shows in your eyes.
I'd like to thank all the principals also, because they helped us make sure that our students and everyone knew about School Board Appreciation Month, and the kids really got creative on all the things that they did. These beautiful special tiles that our adaptive ed students made for campus. I mean, all the posters and the letters. So thank you all so much. You really, really outdid yourselves. Thank you so much.
And again, as your board president, seeing the work that our students put together is why us seven are here. We hear a lot of the do's, the don'ts, the bad, the ugly stuff, or what's going on. We're not where we need to be. Can't believe it. But when you see the work that our students and staff put together and look in this room, is motivation to each and every one of us. Whether we agree on issues or we disagree. But I can bet you that at the end of the day, this board of seven has one common goal, and that's these kids, regardless. And you can take that to the bank. So again, thank you. All right, we'll continue to move on. Item 6B, Superintendent's Update. KISD and Region 2 Historical Context of STAR EOC trends can be found on page 6 through 18 in your board book. Be Dr. Pettis and then Ramirez.
Okay. I just wanted to kind of brief you on what we've been sharing with our teachers and staff. And here's a snapshot of it. We wanted to make sure that at this middle of the year, December, and then as soon as we returned in January to, before we went over the BOI and the MOI data with the staff, then we also looked at the historical context. Where has Kingsville been these past few years? How have we fared in comparison to the region? And we know that we had a COVID year this past year. So everybody had this COVID slide. So we didn't want to just tie them to that. We wanted to make sure we were sympathetic to that. And so we said, okay, let's look at even before COVID existed where we were, and let's see how we've been doing on the beginning of year assessments, middle of year assessments before we start really digging in. And so really, I just wanted to share copies of what we gave them. We gave them the TAPER report, which is the Texas Academic Performance Report that TEA provides. And I just highlighted for everyone the how the district had been doing and how the region had. It was really interesting to hear the dialogue with the teachers and what their reflections were from it. We also met with the DIAGs and with our speech staff as well. And then we met with the high school. So the elementaries, we're gonna go meet with them during their PLC time, this month, as soon as we get done with this COVID that we're dealing with right now. But we definitely paid particular attention, if you look at pages 14 and 15. And we brought their attention to our special ed data as well. how they did on their beginning of year assessment and then the middle of year assessment. And during that dialogue, there was a pattern with every grade level that we met with at Gillette, or I'm sorry, every content level. And they said the beginning of year, the students took their beginning of year assessment paper pencil, and then the middle of the year, they took it online. And so this gave us some good data to see, okay, do these children, does it work for them or not? And have those conversations to see also the settings of the students and how they're being tested, where they're being tested. Is it too loud in those rooms? Were there too many students? So the teachers, I have to give them so much credit because they were very, very honest and open about all these suggestions that they had and all these concerns that they had and why they thought this happened and this happened, but they also took ownership. They said, you know what, and I was very, very proud of the social studies 8th grade. That team, I mean, I wanted to bring them over here just so they could talk to y'all, because that team showed a 60, let me see, I believe it was like a 30%. If you look at page 16, it showed that they had like a 30% increase from the beginning of year to the middle of year. And when we asked them, why do you think that was? And they said, because after the beginning of year assessment, they went and they talked to the science teachers. Because the science teachers, their classes did fairly well. And they asked them, what did you do? They took what they learned from them and they adapted it for their subject. And so the English department also, they were working as a team, but also within the content, the different content areas in 8th grade. So 8th grade is a very good model right now, moving in the right direction with their teamwork and with the support that they're trying to give to each other. There wasn't a blame game or anything like that. They were very professional during these professional learning community meetings. So I was very proud of them about that. We also shared with them like the learning standards you see on page 17, and that tells you like how many questions each item, the TEKS, how many questions were on there, how they did for that as well. So they dug deeper in there. And Ms. Ramirez, she's going to lead into the beginning of your information. But I just wanted to let you all know that this is something we had shared with them, with the teachers and the staff, and they were able to kind of have a background or put things into context to be able to say, yep, we have lagged from this to this over the years. And okay, we're at a pivoting point. We're at a point right now, turning point, where we can either keep going that direction or we can pivot. And so this led to some really good conversations, and I want to thank the teachers. Again, I've only met with Gillette and with the high school, so next is the elementaries, but I do want to thank the principals who met with us as well during that time, and the ITCs, as they move forward with everything we've asked them to do since, as we checked on them. So Ms. Ramirez is going to lead into.
Thank you, Dr. Bettis. Good evening, Mr. Garza, President, board members, and Dr. Bettis. I will review the taper information that's been provided to you, as well as common assessment data for first grading period and second grading period. I did want to, before I move forward to the presentation, Dr. Bettis gave you some examples of what we provided each teacher and administrator, the data that we provided them, because we have them follow this very specific data-driven protocol, and so they all get the data by campus content, they get it by teacher, they get it by learning standard, they get it by learning standard by teacher, they get it how the students did in that content area or grade level, from lowest to highest student ranking, and they get the itemized report for the test to show them what some misconceptions may have been, and they reference the test. And so that's the process they go through to analyze their data and make plans. So in looking at page 2, I'm going to start with the reading data, elementary reading data. So let me explain what my legend means. We know that we need to progress. We know COVID has definitely caused a gap. So when you see the green, yellow, red, the green, yellow, red is really indicative of, if I look at the 3-year trend from 2018, 2019, and 2021, we're either on track to do what we've done before. We're making progress, considering that it was December and we still have a semester to go, or we need improvement, okay? And at the end, I'll talk about some of the things we're doing in the improvement areas. So when we look at 3rd grade reading, we are on target based on the approaches 2018, 2019, and 2021. So we can only grow from there, so that's great news. In 4th grade, now 4th grade was hit hard. 3rd grade would have been their first STAR test. So they missed a lot of instruction during that remote learning year, not only in reading, but in math as well. And you're going to see that trend. So we know we really need to hone in with our 4th grade teachers. And in 5th grade, we are we're making progress towards our trends in 2018, 2019, and 2021. In the elementary math data, same thing. We're looking at 3rd grade, making progress towards a trend of the taper data. 4th grade, you'll see where we need improvement in our 4th grade math. Now, 4th grade math, several years ago, our math TEKs were changed. And a lot of the TEKs from 5th grade, 6th grade, and 7th grade came down to 4th grade. And so 4th grade is a huge learning year for math. A lot of brand new TEKs they've never seen before. And we're seeing that right now in their data. I believe we're going to notice that in our 6th grade data also, because there were new TEKs there, but we'll get there in a minute. 5th grade math, again, we are making progress towards our taper trends. Keeping in mind, this is in December and we scored 38% and we still have a semester to go. We don't STAR test until May. In our middle school reading data, in 6th grade, we are making progress. We need to definitely improve in our middle school reading. 7th grade, we need improvement. And 8th grade, we are making progress. Even if you look at the trend, you'll notice that in 8th grade, 2018, it was a 63, 2019, a 65. And then you'll see the COVID year 41. So even though we're higher in approaches from COVID, we know that we still have a gap to close in reading. And so we're striving to do that. In middle school math data, 6th grade, we need improvement based on the taper trends. 7th grade, we are making progress. 8th grade, we're doing very well. We are on target and looking forward to seeing even more improvements because we're scoring pretty much what we were before COVID, which is good news. In Algebra 1, now Algebra 1, we do have a class of 17 students. Those are our high achiever students, and they are on target for approaches. Meets is at 52%, and Masters is at 33%, which is outstanding and where those students should be performing. Page 6, high school reading data. English 1, need improvement. English 2, making progress. We are using a new curriculum in English 1 and English 2, English 1 through 4. Odell, it is a high quality curriculum. We provided professional development and are offering coaching and support, and I'll get a little more into that when we talk about the next steps. High school Algebra 1 data, we are making progress towards taper trends. The next slide, slide 8 or page 8, shows you the elementary, middle school, and high school science data. We are definitely on target in fifth grade science. You'll notice, and I forgot to mention, but you'll notice in elementary school, we did not get to participate in a common assessment for the first grading period because we were required to take several unit tests to determine where our elementary students were. The only content was fifth grade science, where we were able to take a first grading period and a second grading period. And you'll notice the huge jump from 28% to 51%. When I talked to science teachers, what we did was, last year we started STEM scopes. There was some discomfort in STEM scopes. We provided them professional development with a wonderful teacher who loves STEM scopes, uses it. They had a lot of aha moments, and we see it in the data, so that was great. They love STEM scopes now. Eighth grade science, again, from the first common assessment to the second common assessment, there was a huge jump in approaches, and we are definitely on target based on our taper data. In biology, we do need to see some improvement, and so we'll be talking to those teachers about what worked, what didn't, and following up with them on professional development as well, because this year we do have STEM scopes for our high school science courses. Social studies has been an area where we do well. And so you'll notice that we are on target in eighth grade social studies and US history. And you'll notice the huge jump as well in both of those areas from the first common assessment to the second common assessment. So what I wanted to show you,
US history consistently does well. Got a very, very strong teachers in there.
Yeah, if I click on that.
As you can consistently every year, you look at historical data, you'll see that it continues to do well.
he's going to try and show you this link, but let me explain to you just in case he can't get to it. When I practice, it worked well. Of course, that's always the way, right? So this link, I wanted to show you an example, and this was an example of Algebra 1 scores. I believe at the last meeting, board member 2 asked about, but how are we looking at specific student data? And so as you've noticed with the data that we're giving you, we're looking at it by content, by teacher, by TEAC, by student. And so what this Algebra 1 student score link goes to is it gives you a list of all of the students taking Algebra 1 from the lowest score to the highest score. Then what we do with that is we put the cut scores. Here's the cut score for approaches, right? I think it's 37. Here's the cut score for meets. Here's the cut score for masters. So then what we talk to our teachers about is we want you to be very specific about conferencing with students and setting goals. And so I'm trying to think of Algebra 1. I believe Algebra 1 had 42 students who missed approaches by 1 to 3 questions. That's huge. So when you conference with a student and you say, you know, you missed approaches by only 3 questions. What do you think we should set your goal for next time? The students get excited about that. They earn that goal and then they work towards that goal. And I'm going to show you some of those examples in a minute. And so same thing with meets. You look at the students who were at approaches, meets, and you'll notice, you know, we might have had 10 to 15 kids who missed it by 1 to 2 questions on meets. And so that's when you bring those kids in and say, did you realize you missed it by meets? You can do this. Masters, same thing. And so, no, it's not gonna work.
Does it need to be in display mode or whatever it is?
I'm trying to copy the hyperlink so I can paste it on the browser. I can, but it will just not do it.
Trust me, it's a beautiful spreadsheet. And that's okay. And I will be more than happy to send you an example of that via email and because I have it on my computer. So I'll be more than happy to send that to you so you can see what I'm talking about.
Wait there?
Yeah,
We want to show?
yeah, I think so.
Okay, so let me go ahead and give you access to this. There you go.
Okay, so you notice that I took away the student names and all of their identifying information. And as I scroll down here, you'll notice I put a note here, 21 student missed approaches by 3 questions. And then scroll down, and this is what the teachers are looking at and administrators. 10 students missed approaches by 2 questions. And then 12 students missed approaches by 1 question. So when you get to the cut score of 37% here for approaches, you'll see 43 student missed approaches, and they know exactly who those students are. So they know what to conferences, they know any special programs they might have. And then they set goals. And then when we move down to the meets cut score, 22 students missed meets by 1 question. So this is really powerful data for the teachers to know, more importantly, for the students to know so that they can own their goal setting. So then once they have that information, what they do is they go, yes, sir.
They go to the student tracker. Now, we did redesign the student tracker this year. Last year, they colored whatever they scored. This year, what you'll notice is it has common assessment number 1, so they're going to color that bar graph in. And then what they did was they set a goal for the second common assessment on the top. So after the second common assessment, they colored in what they scored to determine if they met, exceeded, or are close to, and then they set their goal for the benchmark. And then finally, so it gets very personal for them. And then what I did was I included some student examples. So for example, this student scored 86%. Their goal was 90%. They scored a 73. Could have been for a variety of reasons. This is a cumulative assessment, so it's all of the information, all of the content they've learned the first semester. But what I loved about this math example for elementary school was even though the student didn't meet their goal, they're like, I got this, I can do this. And they scored and they're challenging themselves to go to 92, which is great. Now in the reading data, here's an elementary school reading example. This student scored 92. What's important in STAR is that students make progress and not go backwards. So even if you score 92, we don't want to see you regress, we want to see you continue to improve. So this student scored their goal was 96 or more, they scored a 95, and so they received growth, which is great. Here's another elementary example, reading. The student scored a 38% on the first common assessment. Their goal was 60, but look, 75%. They not only met their goal, they exceeded it, and they set a goal for 85%. This is great. This student is not striving for approaches. This student is striving for meets. And if they score that 85%, could even strive for masters on the STAR test as they set their goal. Here's a middle school example. Reading. Scored 77% on the first common assessment, set a goal for 85% on the second, and scored an 87%. So they met and exceeded, which is great. Progress is key here. That's why this is important. Students have to see progress. And when they don't, we have that conversation with them about their needs, their supports, and so forth. 73% here. I'm sorry. I can't read that one, so I'm going to go on to the next one for some reason. I don't know if the colors are throwing me off. Here's a biology high school one, scored 20%. Their goal was 50%, which is a great goal coming from 20%. And they scored about 55%. So they not only met but exceeded their goal, and now they're challenging themselves to go to 60%. Here's a US history example. Again, that's about 28, almost 30%. Their goal was 70%. They scored 64. So although they didn't meet their goal, they're very close to that goal. And so they're striving for 70% in the benchmark. Okay. Now keep in mind, their goal in the benchmark is important because the benchmark is a star release test. So that's all of the TEKS, whether they've learned them or not. So if they don't meet those goals, those are the conversations we're going to have with the teachers to say, you didn't meet your goal, but look how much learning time you still have left. And let's look at what your needs are so that we can address them.
The teachers were very keen on this because when they were looking at that, I remember, was it Ms. Bliss? She said, I mean, right away, she had been counting and she said, 13 of my students missed it by one question. And she goes, I'm so excited to go talk to them about that and share that with them because if we don't want them to think they failed, we need to concentrate on how close are they or what do they need to do to get there. And so like I said, the conversations were really with the teachers. I was very proud of them.
And the key is progress and getting students to own those goals rather than a teacher saying, okay, here's your goal for next time, okay? So next steps. So on January the 7th, sorry, I lost my place. On January the 7th, we had a professional development day. It was focused on data-driven instruction. We provided them the materials, we provided them the data protocol, and teachers worked with administrators to achieve that day. Once they were done with the data dig, they then had to determine how to implement spirals, for example, within their lesson plans or pacing guides, what their needs were to let us know, supports that they might need, small group student instruction planning. Then again, the student trackers, we asked the teachers to conference with the students to set those goals and ensure that they were talking about progress. Provide small group instruction and accelerated instruction as needed based on what they learned on students' needs. Target tutoring, parent conferences were important. Spiraling high frequency TEKS with daily lessons. Now this is important. One of the sites that we use a lot is Lead Forward. Lead Forward has high frequency TEKS. So they have this trend of study that shows you we've asked this question 8 times in the past 8 years, so you might want to pay attention to that question. So we give that information to the teachers to say, these are your high frequency TEKS. When students don't understand these, they cause gaps. So those are the TEKS that we spiral back in and make sure that we are addressing with our students. Teachers are providing prescriptions for Education Galaxy based on the learning standards students need. We have a math consultant who is not only doing class blocks, but coaching our Algebra 1 teachers and will be working with middle school math, specifically honing in on 6th grade. And she is with us once a week for at least the next 8 weeks, I believe. So that's great. We are letting her support. Our director for elementary instruction, Dr. Farrow, will be working closely with 4th and 5th grade math teachers to determine supports in that area. We are providing the semester STAR practice reading passages and strategies for analyzing those reading passages to help our students not only learn how to analyze those passages, which they've been doing through their literature, but also to help build stamina within their reading. And then English 1 and 2, we do have a consultant coaching with the new curriculum, Odell, who is also doing class walks, debriefing with the teachers and providing supports. As a matter of fact, she was in our district today working with high school, English 1 and 2 teachers. English 1 and 4, actually, right, Dr. Hull, all of them. Yes. And these are all next steps. And then the last page, STAR benchmarks. That's just giving you an idea of when our STAR benchmark testing is going to be. So we have this data, we have our plans now, we're providing support, we're going to continue to do class walks to determine teacher needs, monitor the instruction, and in preparation for our STAR benchmark the first week of March.
One other thing we asked of the teachers was that as soon as we returned last week, they were to go over the booklets with the kids and the Scantron sheets. And the students were supposed to make sure that they had actually bubbled correctly and that they didn't fail because they had misbubbled, because that happens a lot. So they were supposed to do that, and then they were also supposed to go through each question and see, like, out of the 25 questions or 30, which were the most missed ones. And so that way they could tackle it together, because sometimes the teachers are getting tested and it's like, we've taught it, but it's a vocabulary word in the question that stumps them. And so if they find some of those words, they were supposed to put them up on their board and make sure that they're referring to them all until the test time, because those may be some commonly missed words. Those are the things, I know I checked with the ITC from HMK and they were doing that. And they continue to do it, even if they had 80% of the kids last week. You know, I know we had COVID, but it doesn't matter. We needed to get started with that. So they continued, and I believe Gillette was doing the same thing because that's what I had asked.
Questions?
The scores look good. I guess if we're headed in the right direction, we should be okay at the end of the year.
We're holding our own for sure right now. So
We're
that's,
gonna see a lot of growth by the end of the year.
Right.
Looks like.
thank you.
Thank you.
I don't want to be stuck at the tea party, but I see numbers like that over here. It's always, we're getting better, we're improving, we're coming up, we're only a few short. And I'm gonna get past and, not there.
But we hope the way that we analyze and we data dig and we are honest about the data, that you will see, there should not be any surprises.
Okay.
That's the way we work. So hopefully that will continue.
You got skeptical board.
I know, that's understandable. That's understandable. And we hope that that does not happen to you again this year.
And these are common assessments.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I know I had asked for the taper reports. I didn't get them, so I went ahead and I made my own copies.
Oh, no, I emailed them to you all this morning about 9:30, but I have hard copies too.
I got them. Well, anyway, my concern is that you look at the taper report, and I totally understand that last year was partially COVID, but COVID started the year before. So the scores did go down as per the taper. And like I said, I totally understand it's COVID, but all the surrounding districts did better. And they had COVID also.
Did you get
Yeah, I don't think.
this comparison chart? Because we really, I mean, I think we did a pretty good job
I'm not
to,
worried about other districts, I'm worried about us.
I know, I
I'm worried about-
understand.
I mean, like Bishop
Mhm.
did really great. I didn't see Bishop on the.
No, I was only comparing on, besides region, then I did the deeper data dig that I sent y'all this morning, because you had asked for me to send it to you today. And picked schools that didn't have students that reside in Kingsville, that really should be coming to Kingsville.
I know,
So
but
I
I think
wanted
the
to-
true picture is like, okay, how did our neighboring school district do? Well, they did great. What about Pablo? They did good.
A lot of our
Those
students.
are the ones
go
that,
to-
you know, not, I mean, I don't know. And honestly, I appreciate the information you sent us. However, we need to worry about KISD. That's our main goal is KISD. We need to get out of.
and I just want to stress that's what we're focusing on. That's why we did the 3-year 10 and taper with KISD and not other districts. It's where are we, where were we, where do we need to be? So, I feel personally, as the Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum Instruction, that we are making progress, and I hope, Lieutenant Colonel Price, that we see that at the end of the year as well, with everything that we've implemented, all of the professional development programs that support our data-driven protocol, and our student trackers. I'm really hoping that we
And I like
see that end result.
I do like the practice. The only thing is, Angie, is like on the taper report, we have 2018, 2019, and 2020. So that's why I had asked for
We didn't test in 2020.
2020 wasn't tested.
it. But they didn't test it. I mean, we have a 2020.
You have a 2021.
Yeah, and
But
there's a
not-
1920 taper report.
We do have a 2020 taper report, however, it's a repeat.
It's a repeat.
2021.
It's a repeat of the 19.
Okay, I just
Right,
didn't,
I
yeah.
asked for these because it's like, okay, a year.
Miscellaneous because 2020 data would have been the same exact as the 2019 data. So I chose not to repeat it and make that chart longer.
That's what.
I could have put 2020, 2021 maybe or something like that. 2019. But it was the same data.
It is kind of, because it skipped a year.
It did.
And when TA told us we didn't need it, so they just moved over the 19 to the 20. Yeah, they didn't need it.
Ms.
They
Ramirez,
didn't test, they didn't test.
in my experience, I've never seen this tracker the way it is. So I know that it does work because in my congregation, when we had a project that had to be completed, I drew a simple building with bricks and each one would just go in and fill in once that money was brought in. And so they finally saw the end product, see what I'm saying? And I don't wanna take away from what you've done. This is a great job. I think this is starting you to our teachers who have worked hard for this, okay? I know we have other issues with schools around us or whatever the case is in scores, but let's not lose sight of what they're doing, okay? And this, I had never seen this, and this works. If we can stick with it and be consistent with it, I think we'll see better numbers here.
Is this causing teacher burnout, all this information, compiling it and the extra work, getting it to you and for each student?
They're not compiling, we actually did all the compiling of the data. We did everything. We gave it to the administrators and most of them we made copies for, as well. I think elementary and middle.
Good oversight.
The only thing that we really did ask of the teachers is, I mean, what I would hope is the process is informing teachers because it's what we should be doing. We look to data to determine our needs, to determine how to progress, and we should be having conferences with students to help them and teach them how to set goals. And so for me personally, I think that comes with the responsibility of a teacher.
Yes, we made the copies of the data and gave it to the teachers. We're even copying the Sharon Wells booklet, and we got a beautiful email from a teacher the other day saying, I just have to thank you for you all providing us the copies, because in previous years, they've had to do it themselves. And so we want the kids to draw on their trackers, because the teacher shouldn't have to create the graphs and give it to them. The kids own it, so they draw.
How long have you been doing the trackers for? Because I think it's a great idea. How long has it-
Well, I think just this year.
Okay, this is literally the first time I've ever hearing about this, and I'm also a parent, so that goes to tell you that there's not communication between.
I'm not sure that
Students
its
and
students have been involved at this level ever before, and I do think it is important, especially for the accountability and for them to get excited to see what actually happens. My question would be on the tracker, do you do something similar for teachers? Do they set their goals?
I have, I've spoken with the administrators about what student goals look like and what teacher goals look like. So to respond to the data-driven protocol, which we started last year, this was a big picture thing that we were not used to doing. And so I had to build capacity in this. And I added something every single grading period or every single, and although we had the student trackers at the beginning last year and at the beginning of this year, the conversation with teachers was conference with your students. Now's the time to conference to set those goals. So they did it the first grading period and the second grading period. So we're building upon that. And yes, we're looking at teacher goals because we want to know how to support them. And that's why we share each other's data with them, because we want them to look, because everybody has different strengths. So what is Dr. Bettis, how can Dr. Bettis help me? Because I didn't score that high in this particular learning standard. So Dr. Bettis, what did you do? You know, or Lieutenant Colonel Price, what did you do? And so it hopefully it's built, and initially it's really hard for teachers to compare each other's data. Initially that's hard. The goal is to say, if we collaborate and learn from each other, we will get there collectively. That because we're not here for our individual, we're here for students, the community of Kingsville ISD.
And I don't think it should be a gotcha moment. That's not what
Absolutely not,
I'm going for at all, but, you know, when you set a goal and you miss that goal, it's easier to see in writing to be able to go back and figure out, you know, where that is.
Right.
And where it isn't.
And it is, and thank you for saying that, Mr. Kapal, it is a way of providing support, not a calling out, but what do we need? How can I support you? Is it professional development? Maybe it's observing you to just give you better ideas or instructional delivery. Maybe it's understanding the teak better. I mean, I don't know if you've seen some of our learning standards, but they're pretty lengthy. And so if you don't really pull that learning standard apart, you might be missing some pieces.
Do you think, we were talking before about, we gotta look at ourselves, and compare ourselves against ourselves. Do you think there's a danger in that you may have improved 5 points? If everybody around you improved 8 points, you just still behind 3 points. And I just wondered that, you know, you have a good practice, doesn't mean you're gonna be the state champs.
And I do talk, and my principals can tell you about my learning gap. I do have what I call a 10% learning gap, and that more than a 10%, we really need to be looking at to ensure that we're offering an equitable education to our students. Now, having said that, we also have to keep in mind, when you're looking at that 10% gap by teacher, that you're considering the makeup of their classroom. Oh, that teacher had AP course. Oh, okay, that I understand that, you know. So it's kind of, it's looking at the big picture. It's not just a one, but yes, we do talk about a 10% variance amongst teachers within the same content, same student makeup.
Yes, I'm talking about outside the district lines. Granted, those aren't our kids, we don't need to worry about them, but if they're out, they're surpassing us by 10, 15%.
And historically, yeah, showing that data, historically, Kingsville has been about 20% behind, 20%
Now,
behind.
I grant,
So one of our goals would be to
in that exact
Close that.
example, you got Senator Trudis is cherry picking. You got Ricardo that's, for all intents and purposes, also cherry picking the kids they want. So you want to take them out of the equation, fine. There's other schools that are around, Robstown is around.
Yeah, but we should be comparing ourselves to the state average, not somebody next
State
door.
average is fine.
If anything, let's just compare ourselves to the national average. Oh, then we'll really be below the state.
But the thing is, it's fine to compare yourself against yourself. But you compare yourself against yourself, improve and fall behind.
Correct, and that's why we brought the 3-year trend data across the region to you earlier. Because yes, we need to look at KISD, but yes, we need to look at comparison
I'm
ourselves.
sorry, I'm just super suspicious when I see this stuff.
Okay, no, I think we're saying the same
My
thing. though. I
dad
think
says
we're looking at
numbers
the same
lie,
data.
liars don't use numbers. And that's pretty accurate over time, I think. So I'm not saying anybody's lying, I'm just saying it's skeptical. And I'm putting it at the top of the list.
Well, that's why my focus is gonna be next year, I think it is 23, on the third graders,
Mhm.
because they'll have 100% exposure
That's right.
to this. And I'm not saying that we need to throw all the other kids away by any means, but if a child who's behind in second grade is gonna be behind in sixth grade most likely, and the ability to catch up is that much harder. But I think the fidelity to this program is gonna see some big differences coming in our younger grades, hopefully within the next couple of years. And be able to sustain that where we need to be.
Yes, sir.
It's also something, we look at improvement. It doesn't, at some point, there's a matter of what do people looking in see? And the state doesn't differentiate on what students go to which school. They just say your school has this grade.
Right.
And so we can't look at those things and say, well, Santa Cruz cherry picks, and for all intents and purposes, Ricardo. Yes, we know that happens, but they don't know that. But they don't know that in Fort Worth. And so if somebody's looking to come here and they're looking at how schools perform and where they're going to live so that they can choose to where their kids are going to go to school, they don't look at that other information that we bring up.
Yeah, they wouldn't know.
And that's why our goal is just, it's gotta be continued progress. It just have to be, because if we continue to progress every year, we will close that gap.
Is our curriculum aligned at every campus?
Should be.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
because in the campus improvement plan, that's not what it says. So it seems like there might be missing curriculum that hasn't been implemented.
We are using the same curriculum across the district, across the similar grade levels.
So I'll refer to that when we get to that information.
His information is great. I mean, I know that he did a good job on like the trackers. However, like Mr. Lucy was saying, on the taper reports, we're not compared to other districts in the area. We're compared to the region and the state. So we're region 2, so they compare us to the region. And that's how we get, rated based on that. So,
Right.
that's my concern.
Right,
It's like,
I
I don't care
agree.
about the kids' districts, or I worry about Kingsville.
Yep, continued progress.
Right.
Like I said, if we continue to progress every year, we will eventually close that gap. And I do look to the region data very carefully because the state is just so huge. But Region 2 has a lot more similar districts within the region. And so that is the comparison data that I like to look at personally.
Now, we do get among the 40 comparable schools from around the state, that we do get rated on. And the 40 comparable schools are schools around the state that are similar in demographics to us. So that does happen.
There was a point in time when we were combined with a not really representative group, and it had to do with the fact that we were in early college, high school. And it was working to our detriment, actually.
And that was one of the first things I fixed when we came in and changed that coding for sure. Because we were being compared to 40 schools, the high school was being compared to 40 schools. They were all early college high schools, and some of them had 400 students and we had 900. And they were an academy that, only went for that. So yes, the state does compare us that way. And so we had to change that because we knew that not all 900 students are in the early college high school program. Oh, it hurts big time.
Anything else for Dr. Pettis and yeah, so I mean, just, I'm sorry, just keep focused that you and your teachers are doing a great job, and it's gonna take steps. I mean, I know we wanna be at an average here in the state, we wanna be up above average. It's gonna take a process, and we just continue to trust Dr. Pettis and her staff, okay, to move forward. Regardless of what it looks like, we're moving forward, and that's what we, as a district, as a board, that's what we wanted. We want to show improvement, and I think we're doing that, so good job for you and your staff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And one thing I will say, and I'll piggyback over there real quick, because then we've been on the subject for a while, is it boils down to one thing that Mr. Cooper mentioned it. It's called accountability. There is no ifs, ands, or buts. Whatever happened in the past, happened in the past, but I think now we're on the right track. Everybody is being held accountable, no matter what. And you will be, and you'll continue to be. Because there is no doubt in my mind, those of you all that are sitting in here, those of you all that teach every day in the classroom, coach, teach, paras, whatever, if you didn't care about this district and want to move forward, you would have already moved on. So thank you.
Thank you all.
All right, we want to move on to item number 3, KISD staff vacancies as 1/14/2022, to be found on page 40 to 41. Dr. Pettis.
And this is for information purposes only, just where we are at this point. I had emailed it to you, but I just wanted to make sure that we provided you a hard copy as well. So there's several items on here on the superintendent's update that I just wanted to make sure that I provided for you as information.
Under Dr. Pettis, under Harvey, we have a teacher for special ed because of increased enrollment, we got more kids in?
The special ed units, the early childhood special ed units, we had to open up one unit and then that quickly grew. And so we had to open up another unit. Because they're the little.
I have a question on Harold, as a teacher in the local/general fund. What's the difference?
It's the same thing.
And I made a comment to an email that you got that you're going to use some of these vacancies to fill any, I call them excess, that's probably not the right word to use. But from the drawdown, this kind of thing should clean that stuff up, shouldn't it?
Well, we filled most of the positions with the excess people. Like the new position, we didn't have any more excess, for that new special ed. We haven't filled any of these at all, so.
But we're gonna use those.
In executive session, I do want to talk.
Okay.
With us.
Seems like this is a good opportunity if we have any positions to fill. We got some people that we,
Yes,
I won't say made jobs, because we made a commitment not to
yes,
cut.
correct,
bodies, But people will make commitment forever.
correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, item number 4.
Substitute pay, again, just for information purposes only. It's, I've been in communication with you all. We've started publicizing that we're increasing the pay for the substitutes and for the tutors. We've already gotten a few bites, so that's good. People wanting to tutor and or substitute. So again, that's for information purposes only.
You don't need to work through
Okay. And then number 6, the state of ESSER 3, again, that's information purposes only. We're going to talk more about, of course, the budget when Dr. Pitts and our auditor come up and speak. But again, I just wanted to put it on here since I had updated you all via email as well, that we're spending very wisely. We're cutting a lot of waste and making sure that we're allowing for us to be conservative, so that way, without it pinching. I mean, really, I don't think people have felt any, like they're lacking any resources, and if they are, please let us know. But I don't think they are. And so just kind of for informational purposes only, I just wanted to put it on here as well, since I had sent y'all an update on the email. And then number 7 is the COVID update. And I gave you the numbers on Friday, but today's numbers, I've made copies for you, and I asked Mr. or Dr. Vasquez to go ahead and display those as well as to where we are right now.
Are we close?
Yes. Okay, there it is. So right here, what we've put is a cumulative total from during the holidays when people started reporting that they had COVID or were in close contact / exposed to anybody with COVID up until today, the 18th. And our nurse is here if you have any questions for her. The nurses are the ones gathering the information. They reported to Nurse Lou Wilson, and they reported to me. She and our nurses have been working so hard to sift through information to make sure that everything they send in is accurate. We count COVID positive cases. I think we made the right move by delaying the opening of school from January 5th to the 10th, because all those people who who reported testing positive did not show up to campuses on January 10th. They were positive cases, but they didn't come onto campus. And so instead of them coming onto campus during that week, I think that helped stop the spread a little bit. So here are the totals. The R means that they have returned from quarantine. Shows the positive staff members and then positive students. And then those that are exposed, which means they have either close contact, they reported close contact, or they reported that they living in a household with a COVID positive person. Sure. Nurse? Okay, Nurse Lou, can you come up here? Thank you.
Get out of this.
Let's do it for you. Want to do it?
That says my mouth's big enough.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Ms. Wilson, first and foremost, thank you to you and your staff. I know this is been going on for probably going on years. My question is, and maybe it's a loaded question, is why staff 5 days and students 10?
Why is staff positive?
And why do staff have to stay on 5 days? And
Because we're-
students 10? I've heard the CDC says this, Tech Department says this. Why isn't there like follow the same protocol? I mean, maybe you don't have the answer, maybe you do, but
No, the DSHS,
okay.
Texas Department of State Health Services, says we need to keep our children out 10 days because primarily the children under 11 are not vaccinated. They're so much more susceptible. But the CDC says adults, okay? The CDC has said children. As you know, we've gone from being out 14 days to 10 to 7, now to 5. So it changes every day, and Dr. Pettis will text me and I'll say, I haven't even looked at it this morning, but I'm sure it's changed. So having to track 300 people every day. The nurses, I lost 7 pounds in the last 2 weeks. Nobody can go to lunch. We're just so busy taking care of our kids, talking to our parents. I want to tell you something. Our parents have been wonderful. They are so supportive, so nice. They want to do everything to get their kid well, to get them back in school. That means a lot. That means a lot. So we're working with them, and
Now, the nurse is following what Commissioner Murat told us, though. Commissioner Murat said for staff, we're gonna follow the CDC 5 days, and for the students, we're gonna do the 10 days. And I know there are several superintendents that we were hoping it would be consistent, like 10 and 10 or 5 and 5. That's so much easier to track, but that we didn't get any flexibility on that. So we're following what they informed us we could do.
yeah, the only thing we have to do is look into cases that are really extenuating circumstances, like somebody tests positive and all of a sudden everybody's negative, and all of a sudden everybody's positive. We have to figure out what's going on. But we're still reporting it to the state, and it just, our kids at the high school, they come in asking for masks. I'm not at the other school, so I don't see it, but they're pretty cooperative. So.
Thanks for all of your work, all the hard work. I do have one question, but I don't know if it's for Lou or for, how many times can an employee use their COVID leave? As many times a year, or is it once a year?
Well, okay, so they could be, you could have a person, here's just one example. A person who is out for 5 days because they are living in a household with a person who is tested positive. So then they're quarantined for 5 days and they come back because they have no symptoms. They just have no symptoms, they're okay to come back. And then all of a sudden, a couple of days later, 3 days later, all of a sudden they start getting symptoms. Well, if they have symptoms, we ask them to go get tested. So then there's another 5 days. So it just depends on their situation.
Is anybody having issues getting tested? Because I know several people have received testing like at the health department and it's been 9 days and still haven't had results.
Plus, there's a new link where you can go online and order testing kits for your own home. It's out. It's out. Yes, it came out. So you can order as many as, I think, 10 or 15 for your own home. So I think that's good for parents. They can do what they want to do and do for their children.
So they have to actually have a positive test from one of our sites, right, in order to get the leave.
Okay, but to get the leave, yes, somebody has to have tested positive in their home or for them.
Or them.
Some have to have tested positive to be out on COVID leave.
Has anybody had any problems finding a test? Or, because I know there are a lot of places that were out, that don't have testing.
We've been pretty flexible, like if they told us, it took me all day, I was standing in line all day to get a test. We understand that and we're being as flexible as possible to, okay, well, let's wait for the test results to come. You just need to stay away because of the symptoms. We just don't want to chance it. But they're also, you said the county was also giving them at
The county's very far behind. There's so many people going out there. And, but there are lots of options for testing, even in Corpus, and they're free. But I don't have all those links right now in my head. They're on my computer. But we do, I prefer the PCR that they send off because I think it's more accurate. A lot of people don't get enough in their nose for a testing sample or their mouth or whatever, and it's a little painful, but I do it every week, and I always text Dr. Pettis and Mr. Pettis and say, hey, I'm negative, I'm clear, because I'm exposed to a lot of people, and I need to be clear to come to work. So,
I don't think the county, when you said that, Ms. Lewis, that they're behind us.
they have so much.
Yeah, they've got so
They're
many people just
overwhelmed. Yeah.
everywhere.
Yeah,
that
I
are
didn't
sending
mean
these
it like
results,
they're
yeah.
behind, but people are waiting on testing results like 7 to 10 days when it used to be 4 to 5. They're just backed up. They've got a heavy log.
So I can
And
get
the county
tested.
clinic is still open for immunizations.
So I can get tested, conceivably, get tested. Be negative. But I still have my 7 days. Or 5, well, what, yeah. And never even have the result.
Yeah.
Does that sound broke to you? Like, it just seems that I'm quarantine 5 no matter what. And test results are really going to confirm whether it was good that I quarantined or not good that I quarantined.
right, and that's why it's individual. So if they're symptomatic, then that's why the nurse is so important that they talk to the nurse. If they're symptomatic, they're coughing, we tell them, continue to stay out until you get your test. Just to be
Results
sure.
of the test, though, will come back after
Right, after the 5
the
days.
quarantine period.
Yes,
Okay. I
yeah,
just wanna make
sometimes
sure I-
that
They consider, even if the results come back after the quarantine period and you did the quarantine, that you should be safe. One of the reasons I encourage people to go to the medical centers around here, like, I'm not putting a plug in for anybody, Access, Down here, Castaneda, is you can see a doctor there and they will write you a prescription. You don't have that option at the county or Walgreens, okay? You don't have that option. And if you're truly, truly sick, you may need that. So,
and there's no copay for those that are under our insurance for those places, correct? Right. The other, thank you, Nurse Lou.
so I want to ask something right quick. I just got a text message from my son. There's a massive wildfires in Bastrop, so they lost everything in their community 10 years ago. We need to keep them in our prayers.
Amen.
Okay, the other sheet that I gave you is the staff absence rate. And I just thought, hand out the information you want. So the absence rate is only for COVID-related absences. So that doesn't count if they were absent for anything else. Hopefully it peaks and then it's coming down. I hope. We'll keep tracking it.
My last question is, since kiddos are staying home for 10 days, what is the protocol once a parent calls their guardian to get his or her work? And, what do you do? Because I'm gonna be the first to say it, I've gotten those calls. I call and nothing's happened.
You called the teacher?
But they've called, how many they?
So they've called the teacher, and the teacher doesn't respond, there's definitely, we need the principal to know about that, definitely. So that way we can address it. That's an expectation, and that everybody has to be accountable.
And work will be provided for them, right?
Yes, supposed to be, just like our attendance policy, whether they were absent for the flu or COVID.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that was all for my updates.
All right, good.
Thank you.
All right. Item 6C, budget recap report, check registry for December 2021. Dr. Pitts, this could be final. Dr. Peter Pitts.
Good evening, Board President Garza, Superintendent Dr. Pettis, members of the board. If you look on page 43, I'm going to go over just a couple of the higher expenditures for December of 2021. You see the Clayburgh County Appraisal District, we pay that every December, every March, every June, and every September. That's a quarterly fee to the appraisal district. You also see some annual expenses. For instance, look at Great Salt Texas Corporation. That's an annual service for data backup and network security. You also see Corpus Christi ISD. That's an annual service. We have a couple of students that go to Corpus Christi, Texas School for the Blind and Visually Impaired. We transport those students every day to Corpus Christi, and that is the tuition, the annual tuition. Another annual fee you see in Prado Interactive Services. That's our school messenger that is definitely proving very useful, especially during the pandemic. And then some other one-time purchases, School Kit LLC. We have leadership training that's in conjunction with the Odell curriculum that Mrs. Ramirez was speaking about. You also see we have some more professional development for mentoring minds as well. And Medicaid Claim Solutions of Texas, that is a monthly bill, and that is a percentage, 5% of what we receive from the government. They, again, help us with our billing to make sure that we get reimbursed for those medical expenses. I'll take any other questions that you might have on the check register.
Under the category of petty, I'm gonna ask it anyway. You got one there for Hilton Hotel.
Okay, John.
I'm on 44.
Thank you, sir.
2/3 of the way.
Thank you, sir.
$738. How many people is that?
That
I'll tell you,
was,
I do it in the form of nights. And, you know, I figure, you know.
3 total nights.
That's 12, that's 12 nights. Now, I
Yeah,
know we're not getting Hilton's for $60,
right.
but the question might be, why aren't we?
Whenever we have hotel reservations, we try to make sure that they are following the per diem rate, which is the government rate. A lot of the conferences that you go to, they will give attendees the government rate, but those that are requested, if it looks like it's unduly high for the number of people and the number of days, I do ask them to shop around and get quotes.
That just jumps out at me, because I've never spent a night in a Hilton in my life. So,
Sometimes, again, the conference the hotel where the conference is, they will give a special rate for that conference.
special rates are fine, but at $200 a night, that ain't so special.
And I asked them to also look at parking, so if they,
That's another
you know,
one.
the transportation, if they're gonna attend area where they're getting conference, then they don't need a car. So they don't need a rental. They don't need to pay for parking if they maybe taxi or shuttle from the airport, or I don't know. We look at all those things too, the mileage, and we try to.
It just seems like every month when the check register comes up, we've got $1,000 hotel bill, $800 hotel bill. And again, what was our budget? 28 million, 29 million, something like that. $1,000 doesn't seem like a lot, but 1,000 here, 1,000 there, 2,000 there. Pretty soon you can buy a bus. I mean, that's, I mean, it's not our money. It's their money. We're awful generous with other people's money.
Well, the conferences that they're going to are limited unless they're taking students to go compete also.
Yeah,
There's some I believe that one was a CTE one, wasn't it?
It was an Audit conference,
The
yes.
Avid one, please, we want to make sure that we're implementing Avid this year.
I mean,
There was one adult that went.
one adult,
Yes.
that was it.
That was it.
$800 for $700 for one adult.
That's
That
correct.
includes, does that include the registration?
No, that is just the hotel fee.
I guess the moral of the story is let's be frugal.
I have a question about the Trustee, you mentioned it.
Yes.
And I really appreciate that. But it's to the Texas School for Blind.
Yes,
How often do we make that payment?
it's a once-a-year payment.
Okay, my question is, I seem to remember we had discussed, and I didn't know if it was for travel or, you know, because we have to send people over buses. I don't know when they came up before, but it's come up in a different meeting that we had discussed a large check for the same purpose recently. That's why I was asking the question.
For the children blind?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, that came up like a few months ago. So I know that there's a payment made, so there's this 5 months ago.
I'll look into that and I'll get back to
Do a
you.
search, yeah.
Could you also look into the Hilton and get some details to that? How many nights? What was the per night cost?
I will do so.
Thank you.
I have one question, but I think it's mainly a follow-up with the superintendent. There is a charge for alert services on page 44 for athletic trainer supplies in the amount of about $1,500. So those supplies, trainer supplies, student trainer supplies, all come out of the general fund. So I'm just wondering why there's a Facebook fundraiser meat plate being sold for the same thing.
Yes, and when you asked that, I had asked Coach Mike Davila, he could be here to answer that question as well.
I can answer it for you. Every committee's offered two fundraisers a year.
Right. So good evening. I talked to the trainer about it and the original plan was to get some donations for a plate. So because they're trying to raise money to get a new STEM machine, which is about $5,000. We went about it, what's that? Yeah, STEM machine. And then he went about it the wrong way. So we removed the post immediately. And I told Dr. Pettis about it.
Okay, so we're gonna take care of that expense.
He's gonna fundraise the money and yeah, we're gonna help him take care of that. So our current STEM machine that we have at the high school, we're gonna try to move that to Gillette, so they have a STEM machine there available for their games, their football players, their basketball players, all that good stuff.
How many people can get on the STEM machine?
I wanna say it's a 6-man. I didn't see the details on it.
So are 6 people at the same time getting STEM therapies? That just seems a little weird to me for a school that only has about 800 students that go to it.
True.
Oh,
I'll look into it, man, but I don't know if it's a 6-man, 4-man, whatever.
That's what he wants, and if you guys want to fundraise for it, but I honestly believe that this should be coming out of the general fund. Heat therapy, ice therapy, stimulation for muscles and nerves, all that kind of stuff we should be paying for that.
We have.
That's standard care in an athletic room.
So we have a budget, and I went over with my secretary of what the budget was to make sure, and if we need help, if we need to help him, we can get money to help him with whatever he needs. This was
I mean,
just,
I can go find a stair machine for $1,200 tonight and send it to the school if you guys would like that. There's no reason it should cost how much?
$5,000.
What?
I'll look into it. Gotcha.
And Coach, here's the thing is, that's an extracurricular activity.
No, it's.
That it's sponsored, it's sanctioned by the school, it's something that, you know, we want to have, okay, fine. But you're saying, kid, you raise the money, and this is what we're gonna spend it on. Do the kids raise the money for their helmets?
No.
No. So there's a little bit of pickies and choosies going on here.
Sure.
Second thing is, who makes that decision of what's getting bought and what's not getting bought?
So when
Because
he,
the kids raise the money, the kids are the ones who ought to be making the decision about what the money's spent on.
Sure.
And not the coach or the band director or the ROTC teacher or whatever. This is what we're gonna spend it on. And at one time, and I don't know if it's still the case, I couldn't spend a penny of activity account money unless I had a vote of the kids in the program. And then I had to take it to this, what's her name up there at the high school?
Ms.
Ramos, and she had to bless it, just to make sure the I's were dotted, the T's were crossed.
so that paperwork is still in line,
I'm
Colonel, as
looking at
far
the
as
check register,
student activity.
And I'm seeing an awful lot of general and activity account, general. I mean, when did this merge, you know, where one pot became, one pot was all pots?
So to answer your question, I think, you know, some big purchases, they'll use some general money and then they'll supplement it with some student activity money because it's so expensive, but it has to go through the kids, and of course the kids vote on it. They'll ask their coach, hey, coach, we want this, we need this, and then they'll purchase it. But it still goes through a protocol where there has to be paperwork that goes through Ms. Ramos, all that good stuff, so.
Where's the booster club money coming to play then?
The booster club can supplement as well.
Yeah, the booster club doesn't have anything to do with the kids.
No.
Booster club allegedly is money raised by the boosters.
Yes, sir.
So where's that money?
We still have money in the
Well,
booster club.
actually, I don't think we should care. It's not our money. The boosters raised it for their select project or organization.
Sure.
Just as I don't think we should care how the students' money is paid, as long as it's moral, legal, and ethical.
Right.
And
And for the students, that's kind of what we tell all the coaches, that this student activity money has got to be for students,
It's not
not
just that, I'm
for
not
anything
going
else.
just the athletics, it's just that it concerns me that are we really being honest about what activity account money is and how it should be used and when it can be used and by who, and we got, and frankly, other than one of our policy updates, that went out. And it's kind of weak there, doesn't really want to pin the rose on anybody.
Right.
So.
And to go back to Ms. Ramos's deal with the trainer, when he first got the job, I asked him whatever he needed to get us back up to date, to get up to what he thought a productive, efficient training room would look like. And we got a list and we bought some things, but he requested the STEM
Well,
sheet.
I don't know if it's appropriate or not, but I'd be more than happy to look into or talk to him about what he thinks he needs. I'm more than happy to buy a STEM machine with ultrasound attached to it as well, because I know ultrasound is a part of that.
I'll have that conversation.
I don't know if that's necessarily necessary for pre and post athletic practices and games.
Appreciate that.
Just want to remind everybody that you who are sponsors, we thank you so much. But again, you are allotted X amount of money to your superior. And again, you're only allowed to do 2. And again, there are 2 fundraisers a year. I know there's some to do more. I'm not going to call you out tonight. But I know there's some to do more. That's correct, what you did. And all of you, I guess what Ms. Ramos is trying to say is, let's have checks and balances. That is her biggest thing. Let's have checks and balances. Anything else when it comes to the check register? All right, anything else? All right, move on to item. Thank you, Dr. Fritz.
You're welcome.
Go ahead and move on to item 7. 7A, by common consent, the board agrees to consider as one action item the following. It's to be found on pages 48 through 56. Item number 1, approval of special board meeting minutes of November 22nd, 2021. That can be found on page 48, 49. Approval of financial report, October 2021, pages 50 to 51. Approval of investment report for October 2021, and those can be found on page 52 to 56. Fair motion.
Question? Again, we're bringing in a whopping 0.001% on a million dollar account.
He's on page 51.
51. Yeah, I'm just saying, we got an awful lot of money invested. All we're getting allowed, not even a tenth of a percent. Welcome to the world of high finance. Yeah, but I'm willing to stay in the world of return on investment.
I understand that there are very limited resources available for public funds.
Is that what it is? Is it the public fund thing? The public and therefore you can't.
Yes. The risk level, the bonds that must be pledged, the investments that must be done have got to be
You can't.
triple A. Exactly, because we're in fiduciary capacity.
Back to the good old days of Enron. All right, thank you. That's all right. I'm done.
Is there a motion?
No, it's just a question. You got
I move that we approve the consent agenda.
I second the motion.
Brian Kufal has made a motion to accept the common consent. Been seconded by Mr. James Lucien. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries 7-0. All right, item 7B, discussion of possible action regarding National School Council Week proclamation. This can be found on pages 57 and 58. Dr. Bezant.
I did not pay them to do that. Board President, Dr. Bettis, and members of the board. This evening, we bring to you for a recommendation to the administration that the board proclaim the week of February 7th through the 11th of 2022 as the National School Counselors Week. The following page has the proclamation. The National School Counseling Week proclamation reads as follows. Whereas school counselors are employed in public and private schools to help students reach their full potential, and whereas school counselors are actively committed to helping students explore their abilities, strengths, interests, and talents as these traits relate to career awareness and development, and whereas school counselors help parents focus on ways to further the educational, personal, and social growth of their children, and whereas school counselors work with teachers and other educators to help students explore their potential and set realistic goals for themselves, and whereas school counselors seek to identify and utilize community resources that can enhance and complement comprehensive school counseling programs and help students become productive members of society, and whereas comprehensive development school counseling program are considered an integral part of the educational process that enables all students to achieve their success in school. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Trustees for the Kingsville Independent School District do hereby proclaim the week of February 7th through the 11th of 2022 as National School Counseling Week.
Thank you, Dr. Bennett. Again, you heard the reading of the proclamation. Is there a motion? Moved by Mr. David Garcia. Is there a second?
Second.
By Ms. Thomas Lee. Any further discussion? All those in favor to pass the proclamation for National Council starting on February the 7th through the 11th, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you.
We're gonna take a picture with all our counselors that are here. I want to personally thank you all so much as well on behalf of all of KISD. We are so appreciative of the work you're doing, and I know you're working harder than ever, so thank you so much. It does not go unnoticed. Thank you so much. If you'd like to come up, please.
Congratulations.
That's an item.
Big smile.
Sorry.
Number two. And one more. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
All right, moving on. Item 7C, discussion and possible action regarding Kingsville ISD's financial audit for 2020-2021. This can be found on pages 59 through 160. Dr. Peter Pitts.
Every year, we are required to conduct a financial audit by an outside auditor, and for the last 3 years, Raul Hernandez and Company PC have conducted our audit. This audit is for the period beginning September 1, 2020, and ending August 31, 2021. And I will turn it over to Raul Hernandez, who is going to present the audit.
Thank you and good evening. Everyone should have a copy in their booklet.
Oh, yeah, it was a lot of fun to read.
Yes, it is. I'd like to begin on page 14, if you will, and as you turn to the page, for the record, the auditor's opinion is unqualified or unmodified, if you will. Either way, it translates into a clean opinion. Page 14.
So that's 82 of your board packet.
Page 14 is the statement of revenues, expenditures, and changes in fund balances, governmental funds for the year ended August 31st, 2021. In layman's terms, this is your operating statement. You'll see there are 4 columns. The first is the general fund. The second is the debt service. The third combines all other related funds. Page 58 will report all these other combining funds individually. The reason for the format is you are required to report your major funds separately or individually with all other non-major funds in the total combined column. So your general fund is always a major fund, and this year the debt service is also a major fund. The first column, your general fund. Under account 5020, total revenues were $30,308,262. As you move down to account 6030, total expenditures were $28,214,901. So the revenues exceeded expenditures by $2,093,361. Very good. In addition, you have other financing sources that gave you a net increase of $656,849, giving a total increase of $2,750,210. Any questions? Yes, sir.
Beginning of the year, after August, we will look at what, $4.5 million deficit. Now this is telling me that we're actually almost 3 million to the good.
Actually, I'll address that as soon as I get to the bottom of this. It wasn't what you started with. What you started with, and what you continue, you started with $6,188,178 of fund balance in the general fund. And you ended with $8,938,388 again, fund balance in the general fund.
Is there any encumbrances to that general fund money?
Right.
Are there any encumbrances? Or is that 8 million? 8 million clean.
That is correct.
We'll have a party. No.
No, don't have a part.
No, if you allow me to continue,
Okay,
yeah,
go ahead.
I'll rain on your party.
This is Greek to me. I don't know.
Well, and the bottom line is this. Your fund balance for the general fund is $8.9 million.
Okay.
If you look to the far right-hand side, for the entire operation, it's $12,923,000. But what's important to you is your general fund, because all the other funds are your state and federal grants. Now, in addition, the second column, that's your debt service. So here's where you're paying out your debt service requirements for the year. At the end of the year, you have $1.5 million. So let me repeat myself. The other funds are your state and federal grants. So those are controlled basically by outside sources. You control these two right here.
Which to the 8.9 and
The
1.5?
general and the debt service.
Okay.
You also control the capital projects, which is in the back, but I can address that later if necessary.
I have a quick question. If
Yes.
you go back a couple pages to your statement in that position, this is just an inquiry of information.
Sure.
For assets for 1220 property taxes delinquent, is this stuff that is outstanding property taxes or stuff that we have received? I don't know how to look at this.
Yes, these are taxes receivable outstanding at the end of the fiscal year. And there is a schedule in here, it's exhibit L1 that illustrates beginning the new valuation, the collections, the adjustments, and again, the ending balance, going back many years. So this is receivables, which are delinquent at 8/31. And they are delinquent merely because if you remember when we pay our taxes, they're current for October, November, December, and January. Come February 1st, they all become delinquent, whether they're current delinquent or prior year delinquent. So what you're looking at now are all prior year delinquent. And the amount is,
That are still outstanding until September.
they're outstanding as prior year delinquent moving forward, going back, 20 years. So,
Oh, gotcha,
yes.
gotcha.
if you look at L1, it's broken down by years going back.
Bring the mayor back in here.
Hope that was clear.
Numbers before.
Yes.
Involve extra money.
I'm sorry?
Any of these numbers into the line numbers, the 9 million, does that need that extra money?
The extra money is in a separate fund, and I can address that.
Okay, and that's not money that, well, we control it, but.
Actually, ESSER did play into this calculation. If we can move on to page 51.
51, year 51?
51 on the book, yes.
Okay.
So now we're still talking about the general fund. And here again, we're going to talk about
your earlier question about the $4 million. I'll point that out shortly. What you're looking at here is your operating statement again, for your general fund. Again, the column that has actual amounts, that's a repeat of what you saw earlier. You'll see at the bottom again, $8.9 million. To the left of that, you'll see the final amended budget. Now, as you move up under account $1,100, there's a negative 4.4. If you were projecting expenditures exceeding revenues, you anticipated having more expenditures than revenues at the beginning of the year, as you amended this. But why did it turn around? In the column to the far right-hand side, you'll see the variances. The very first account, 5,700. Look at your account 5,700. That includes other revenues, including taxes. And the positive variance is $1.5 million. Now that's positive because you anticipated collection rate of 92%. The actual collection rate was 96%. There were some other related miscellaneous revenues that also caused that positive 1.5. But that's half of the story of why that negative $4 million is turning around in a positive way. The other areas, as you look down under account 0011, that's also positive, $1.9 million. You came in under budget compared to actual. Now,
a big number, a big swing between the budget and the actual.
right,
That's a big number.
it is a big number, and the reason that happened is you had about $500,000 of substitutes that weren't utilized during the year.
Okay.
In addition, you had vacancies that weren't filled during the year. And then I think you had some other expenses that you anticipated that didn't occur.
Let me just come around and say it. I would think that if you were running a business, and so what we're gonna run, what our expenses are gonna be, and this is what our profits should be, and you exceed that by what, 10%, 20, 15%? That seems like an awful big number.
That's right.
Are we being too liberal or too conservative or what?
I think there was a lot of uncertainty during the year. The 500,000 of substitutes you didn't utilize could have been because
And
they
I'm
weren't.
glad that we're talking to the discussion
That's right.
from this side.
I agree with you that we're talking about good numbers. That the end result is you
I'm a
have,
skeptic though.
I'm sorry?
I'm a skeptic.
I understand, and so am I. When I approach the audit, we're always skeptical. You know, we always want to see what you're telling us. We want to make sure that what you have here, that we verify and corroborate. But the bottom line is that we're talking positive. I agree with you. This is a good thing, good discussion we're having. You ended up with $9 million. Now, if I were a businessman and I knew I was going to lose $4 million, I would certainly make the effort to
Not.
well, right, exactly. So, and I believe we did.
Yeah.
Well, you did. That's why I said earlier when I presented the profit, good job. These are good numbers. However, you're gonna hear from management after I leave, maybe tomorrow or the day after, what you need to do with this money moving forward. So you have to plan ahead. But the good thing is that you have $9 million and you're not in the hole 1.6. Again, it was the tax collection rate, you anticipate that. I'm a businessman, I like to project more money that I'm going to make this year. That's hard to control. I can control my expenses, I can not pay myself as much, or not pay my bills. But it's a lot easier to control expenditures. Again, in your case, you didn't have the substitutes that you planned for. That's a savings. You collected more taxes than you estimated, 92%. It was 96% collection of the current year taxes. So that's also payable. Now, and then the account function 51. Look at that, a positive $1.4 million. You might remember that you expected to pay in utilities, but ESSER took care of that. These monies were shifted to ESSER, Fund 266, right?
That is correct.
Okay. So that's a savings as well. Otherwise, you'd have an additional cost of $1.3 million. So I think overall, you've got a good thing here. Management really was diligent in how they operated this. The end result is $9 million. So moving forward, I think you're taking the right step here. But, part of our audit is to inquire subsequent to your fiscal year. So, and then certainly I had an exit conference with the superintendent and the staff. So they're planning some of this money. So, there's some dark days coming ahead. So $9 million is there, luckily, because of what happened. If you spent the money, you'd be in dire straits with only $1.6 million.
Okay, wait, I've got a question. You just referenced some utility. Are we still on page 51?
Yes, we are.
All right. Can you say that again?
Yes, you had budgeted $5 million, and part of those expenditures included.
Gotcha, I see it. I see it now.
Right.
All right, so of that $1,365,000, some of it really was utility costs, but it was covered by ESSER.
It's in the Fund 266 and the other that I mentioned earlier in the back of the audit. So those expenditures are being reported in the back end of the audit, not in your general fund.
But that's, we can look at some of this stuff and say, okay, we saved some, we had an increase in the tax collection. We also had an increase in the overall valuation of properties, which will continue a bit.
Yes.
So we can kind of bank on that coming.
Right.
But in this category, ESSER's going away. So
Right.
whatever that amount was for ESSER, and I'm assuming it's not the full $1.3 million, but it's gonna be some big component of it for utilities. That's gonna be back.
That's right.
So part of this $9 million has to be earmarked for down the road. We know that this utility expense is coming back.
That's what I
Along
tried
with
to
some other
say
areas.
earlier. Correct.
Okay.
And so
But that's where the consolidation should also help for the next year, correct?
That is correct.
Because we're not gonna be spending as much on utilities as we had been
Right.
prior. So that was the planning ahead piece on that part.
Well, we've got ESSER money that we're spending. And we also have the fact that we collected 96 instead of 92% taxes. That's nothing we have control over.
that's right.
So it's not where we can expect to have 96% next year.
No, and you're exactly right. And that's what causes the $4 million deficit and things along those lines, is that I prefer to err on the side of conservatism so that we don't have the expectation that we're we're $2 million over, this year in the black, and then come to the end of the year. No, we're $4 million in the red. And so.
So we estimated conservatively at the 92% instead of the 96.
Right, and I'm just making sure that we don't say, oh, we're gonna make $9 million every year. Yeah.
Well, some of that money was already there. Some of that $9 million was already there.
Sure.
Most of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier, at the beginning, fund balance was already there. You had like a $2 million profit. In the general fund. Yeah, so it was already there. Profit, we were 2.75 million. Right, the current year is about $2 million.
But that actually came out of a lot of it came out of another fund, and the fact that we had our percentage was up on our collections.
That's right. It was up. And like you say,
We can't expect that.
you can't predict, the habit of the people that pay their taxes. So
Right, so we can't just go and hire $2 million for teachers.
Yeah.
Right.
I wouldn't do that. I'm trying to stay on this road of staying ahead.
But I'm just trying to
Yeah.
keep this
Yeah.
clear for everybody
Yeah.
to understand.
Speaking of what Mr. Kufal said, as far as budgeting conservatively, one of the big problems was, it was a COVID year. And if you remember, I did tell you this is the worst case possible scenario. And that's partly why we adopted the big budget deficit, just because we wanted to make sure that we foresaw all the possible things that could go wrong. what happens if nobody pays their taxes because of COVID? And then we didn't know how much COVID reimbursement we were gonna get. We have the COVID relief fund that we got, about $500,000 from. We had the, prior purchase reimbursement that we got $705,000 in. At the beginning of the year, when we were doing the budget, we had no idea how much money we were gonna get from COVID relief funds. So we got a lot of extra funding that came in that we weren't anticipating. The other thing is, TEA and their infinite wisdom, in 2020, we took a big hit in fund balance. And the reason for that is because they reduced our ADA and they reduced our funding in 2020, but we didn't get that funding back in ESSER until 2021. So a lot of it was taken away from 2020 and again, the fund balance really decreased and almost giving it back because the revenue got back when we got it for ESSER 1 in 2021. So there's a lot of, I mean, it's a good thing, but again, as Mr. Hernandez and Dr. Pettis were saying that we have some challenges moving forward, such as our ADA isn't where we want it to be this year. And because of that, we're not gonna get as much revenue from the state this year. And again, the state well, I don't wanna steal your thunder.
That was about.
Okay.
On page 12. We go to page 12. And is everybody on page 12 to the audit account? 2180, future of the government. This is money of the current allotment that you have to repay, and not with a check, but it's a reduction of the following year, $5 million. So you get your allotment at the beginning of the year, and then TA comes back and based on ADA, they either up or down the amount. In this case, you have to down $5 million. So even with that, you still came out well ahead of the game, $2 million. That's why I said earlier that, you know, management really did a good job in keeping you in the black because you did without the $5 million. So, and it's reported as a Q2 because it's money that's deferred or money that's owed back. $5 million.
So we're aware of that. Every year we've been having to pay back at the end of the year, and we're aware of that, and we try to take that into account when we're setting aside the budget. So again, we don't want to end up at the end of the year with a big 5.3 million deck that we haven't planned for. If we plan for it and know what the issue is, and again, the big issue for the 5.3 was that 2 years ago in February of 2019, my predecessor predicted that our ADA would be around 3,100. And it ended up being around 2,700. So because of that, we have to take into account that we're gonna owe that money back at the end of the year. And again, that's partly the reason why, again, we predict worst case scenario, because you don't know the exact amount you're gonna have to pay back at the end of the year until you've had the year and you have to get all the ADA from the students and all the subpops. So it's a difficult process to predict exactly what you're going to get in revenues, which is made even more complicated with COVID and with ESSER funds.
For a rule of thumb, you made your budget, okay, say your budget was 10 million. What's a reasonable leeway on that budget?
Pre-ESSER?
$1 million minus, $500,000 plus. I mean, what is the budgetary sweet spot, so to speak? Obviously, you want to come in on budget. But
Pre-COVID, I would say 5%. But post-COVID, again, it's much more difficult. Because not only are you getting a whole bunch of extra funding, but you have extra expenditures, and it's very difficult.
Well, and another part of that is our first rating was starting to get, it was going to be pretty iffy when our reserves started dropping pretty low. And this will help reestablish that 3 months worth of expenses or operating.
I've looked at that and that's a moving target. So
You're expected to have 90 days of expenditures based on the previous year's expenditures. But I've gone back 3 years because last year's expenditures is, it's not typical.
Right.
So I'm trying to take the average of the last three, and if a $7.8 million fund balance would be 90 days of the average of the last 3 years. But again, only one of those years is really a typical year. So with all the uncertainty ahead, and additionally we have so many infrastructure repairs that have been neglected forever, for roofs, HVAC system, vehicles. With all those uncertainties, this 8.9 million, it's great to have it there, because as y'all mentioned, the ESSER funds aren't going to be here forever. So we need to make sure that we again, we're gonna be bringing to you a facility management firm that we think can help plan our long-term facility needs, so that we can have a long-term plan where we need to budget this much in 2024, this much in 2025, this much in 2026 for our long-term facility needs and our long-term technology and vehicle needs as well too. So you'll be seeing that coming this spring as well.
Any other questions? I want to just add that he's a good client. He's got my cell number, and text me or call me. Times he'll stop me, I'll have to go back. But the fact that when I looked at your books, you had posted the $5 million. They knew exactly that it should have been posted. In some cases, we go and we have to do that. So everything here was analyzed and overanalyzed. So I knew coming here, if I was not going to be able to answer it, you can. So of course, the staff is really good support. When I first came here, you might remember you had findings, and those have disappeared. Things are moving in the right direction as far as.
Thank you.
On that tax receivable, Ms. Ramos, if you want to, it's on page 69 and 70. So you'll know the breakdown of the taxes receivable going back many years. Thank you.
I think one thing that we need to look at is, what Mr. Raul was talking about, was that we have a good management staff now that's taking over, and that reflects Dr. Pettis's leadership. And I know that this is our first, almost a full year already that we've been on the board, and it's been quite a ride. And not only were we dealing with COVID, but we're also dealing with a lot of changes, Dr. Pettis, that came. And a lot of people did not like it. We were talking, that it was not a good idea what happened. But I'm happy, and I speak for myself, that you saw the vision in what needed to be done, and you had the support that how it was going to get done. So I think we're seeing a bright future ahead for KISD. So thank you so much, Dr. P, for that leadership.
I do have one quick question. We were looking at page 34, I think was the basic income statement. On page 50, in item number W, that in no way hits the income or expense statement, does it?
Actually, yeah, let's go to page 14. That's the first page I started to talk about.
That's true.
Page 14. And I was gonna make a comment, and thank you for reminding me. I mentioned earlier, the first is the general, second is debt service. The third is all remaining funds. That amount is under account 8913 at the bottom. It's considered extraordinary because it doesn't always happen. These are litigation proceeds that are being reported in here. And we talk about it in the notes of the financial statements. So you'll see it's in the third column, not in your general fund. Because as you move forward, you're either going to use those monies to cure the defects or not. But that's why it's not part of your general fund.
And it shows up
In the capital projects. In the third column at the very bottom, under account 8913 on page 14. 815,092.
What is that for?
Those are litigation monies that came in due to defects as a result of, that came in.
Okay.
That's right, monies that came in. Those are resting in that capital projects fund I mentioned earlier.
Okay.
And if you go to the back of the report, you'll see that individual fund where it shows the proceeds and the fund balance at the end of the year, so.
That's lockboxed into.
That's right.
Capital.
For a specific need, if you desire to do that.
It's not in the general fund.
That is correct.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming in. I want to thank our finance department. I know we spent many hours working on this. That was a huge hill to climb. And thank you all so much.
I wanted to thank Sandy Galindo, who again she was very deeply involved in this audit, and she's been in the finance department over 20 years, and she's my right hand in everything that we do, so I couldn't survive without her, so thank you.
Thank you again. In that, is there a motion to accept Kingsville Independent School District financial audit for 2021? Lieutenant Colonel Craig. There a second? Second?
No.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion to accept KISD financial audit for 2021, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. Motion carries 7-0. Item 7D, discussion of possible action regarding joint election contract with Cleveland County page 161 through 167, Dr. Betts.
Thank you, Board President Carson. Our last board election in 2020 was delayed because of COVID. We were allowed to move that election date till November, but that was a special case, and we are required to have our election on May the 7th of this year. A legal has also advised us that we need to have a joint election with the county, but that is to our benefit. It is a lot cheaper. Estimated cost $15,000 when we have a joint election with the county because election costs are shared, or $25,000 on our own, because the way that we are charged is there's six voting locations, and the 4 voting locations that we share with Claiborne County, we split the expenses. So we only have to pay half as much for the voting machines. We only have to pay half as much for all the judges and the ballots. The other 2 that are outside, that are in Rivera and that are also in Ricardo, those 2 we don't have to pay anything for, because again, those voting constituents don't vote in our election. They're not within our boundaries. So it saves us a lot of money. They do a couple of elections a year, so they have a lot of expertise. And again, they're the ones that have the voting machines, the ballot boards, the judges. So it also saves the district a lot of time too, because they are responsible for that as well too. So the contract is there, and we've had Mr. Maddox look at the contract. If you look at the important dates, so the first important date that's coming up is tomorrow. That's the first day to file an application, and we will have those candidacy binders available at 8 a.m. tomorrow, and the last day to turn the binders in is February the 18th. Those are the most important dates coming up. So what you see in the future is 1 month or 30 days for candidates to file an application. Then after that, we will have a drawing on March the 1st here to see who is, what order they are placed on the ballot. And then after that, then the next most important thing that's coming up is the early voting, which is on April the 25th through May the 3rd. And we'll take a look at a little bit more of that in the next agenda item. But for this agenda item, administration is recommending that the board approve this joint election contract with Claiborne County, and I'll take any questions you might have.
Yeah, the only question I have, Mr. Mack, is again, like Dr. Pitts mentioned, you have that opportunity to go over this.
Yes, Mr. President, this is reviewed and it is ready for y'all's adoption.
Thank you.
I still have a problem with the fact that in 4 years, we can't be sure that there's going to be a county election. It does not. There won't be a city election at the same time because they've moved to a 4-year strategy. So
We got 4 years to figure it out.
Well,
no, that's not true because we have to figure out what is going to be the time in office of who we're electing now, if I understand correctly.
For your terms.
Not if we change it in 4 years.
True.
we have been advised by Secretary of State that we cannot change it, and if there is no other partner to have it with, we have to have it anyway by ourselves.
Unless we can't change it?
We cannot change the election date unless they adopt something in the future that's unforeseeable, like for instance, because of COVID, they give us some leeway that we could change the election date, but they have given us guidance that we cannot change the election date from May, regardless of whether the city or county is having an election on that year.
Okay.
Mr. Maddox has been working closely on this.
And that's what I want to clarify.
Yes, Doctor. So the analysis was that of the two bodies of law within the elections code, whether you move it or whether you have a joint election, the analysis was it's the lesser of the two evils to violate the joint election law than the law to move it to November. And that was confirmed by the Texas Secretary of State Elections Division. That if you're going to violate one of the two, don't hold a joint election, but do not move your election.
Okay, thank you.
Audio. Any value locations that are sold by SD property? Whether they're all outside.
If you look on page 169 of your board packet, the voting locations are there. They're on the next agenda item. So none of those are actual
Oh, there it is. I'm sorry.
KISD. It's in the next agenda item. But the answer is no, none of them are actual KISD properties. The voting locations.
I knew I saw it. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Dr. Pitts? Or Mr. Maddox? Again, you heard the recommendation by administration. Again, to have a joint election contract with Claiborne County. Is there a motion? So moved. Made by Mr. Brian Kufal. Is there a second? Everyone's hands from Craig. Any further discussion? Now we'll vote, proceed to vote. All those in favor? Vote again of the motion made by Mr. Brian Kufal, second by Mr. Craig. To hold a joint election contract with Claiborne County for elections, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. Motion carries 7-0. All right, item 7E, discussion and possible action regarding board election order for the KISD General Trustee election for May 7th, 2022. This can be found on page 168 through 170. Dr. Peter Pitts.
Thank you. If you look at page 169 of your board packet, let me just quickly outline a few things on the election order. We are required to order the election before we can proceed as far as moving forward with all the logistics of the election. So this is the first step. If you look at the top, it says the date of the election, May the 7th, and it says the 3 places that are that we are electing. It has it in English and Spanish. It has the early voting dates in a box there. Notice how the early voting dates are Monday through Saturday in the first week, and then Monday and Tuesday the second week. Again, these are the early voting dates and times and locations that are set aside by the county because we have just approved a joint election with the county. So these are set by them. You see the early voting site, there will only be one early voting site, the early voting annex on King Avenue. Then on election day, May the 7th, the Saturday, all of the election sites that we're going to look at below will be open from 7 to 7. Then you see the voting locations, you see the different precincts and where they're going to vote. On the second page, I have a map of the precincts. But this is where each of those precincts are going to vote at those locations. Now, there are 6 locations for the county. There are 2 that are not within our boundaries, so I only included on our order the ones that pertain to our election. Applications for ballot by mail will be requested and mailed to the county, and I have that information on there. And then at the very bottom, again, you see the order is signed today. It would be signed by the board president. I'll take any questions you might have.
Any questions for Dr. Peter Pitts?
No, I have a question for the board though.
All right.
Has the previous board, or Kisd ever, entertained the possibility of having a student board member?
I don't think it's ever crossed his mind. As long as you're 18 years old, you're more than welcome to come through. We've ever had a student.
I think it's a student.
What's that?
No, never.
Not to my knowledge. As long as you follow the criteria of 18, what else, Mr. Maddox?
You can't be a felon, you have to be eligible to vote, 18, 1 or 2, a citizen of the county, citizen of the school district as well.
Okay.
Have to have lived in Texas, I believe, for 12 months, and in the school district for 6 months, I believe.
Are you talking about a student or regular person? Student.
No,
That's the state,
Student.
the state requirements.
No, you can have a student, like from our own body at KSD.
I think they can
Be
serve
a
as
board
an
member.
advisory.
Right, just a non-voting board member.
Can a student be on the board?
Yes.
If they meet the state criteria, I believe they could run. I have been asked that recently. Look into that.
Even if they're current students, they're supposed to be current students. They're just IRs, they're just another mouthpiece for the district. They don't vote. They have no voting powers. I just didn't know if that was ever spoke about or entertained in the past, having a student participate on the board.
We had that kid run 10 years ago. He just graduated. He was technically not a student. He was taking classes with him.
Go through the policy, but I'm sure it's someone from our high school.
There are districts that have students serve as advisory board members. And there are certain things that they can participate in and certain things that they cannot participate in, and they're not voting. But it's not anything that's ever been considered that I'm aware of by this board. But that would be different. There's nothing to preclude the student who met the criteria from running for a full board. And there have been some who have done quickly after high school over the years.
Any other questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Made by Ms. Elizabeth Ramos. There's a second. Second. And Mr. David Garcia. Okay, the motion before the board made by Ms. Elizabeth Ramos, second by Mr. David Garcia, is again to the action regarding board election order for the Kisd general election, trustee election. It should be held on May 7th, 2022. Any further discussion? Now proceed to vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Motion carries 7-0. All right, item 7F, discussion and possible action regarding the amended instructional materials adoption committee for 2021-2022. This can be found on page 171 and 172. Ms. Ramirez.
Thank you. This was previously brought to the board and approved in October. However, after reviewing the committee member policy, we needed to add the official committee members at the administration level. So you have the list on page 172 of the official committee members. That is what has been added for the Instructional Materials Adoption Committee for 21-22 school year for health and PE. So administration is recommending that the Board of Trustees approve the amended Instructional Materials Adoption Committee for 2021-2022.
You heard the recommendation by administration. Is there a motion? Absolutely.
We teach health.
I do believe we have a course in high school, yes.
Phasing it out. Phasing it out. We don't offer it as a new course anymore.
That's what I said. I thought we were using it. So when did that happen?
This would be the last year of seniors. I mean, like, if they had, seniors hadn't, I guess, those that were behind have not finished, then that's it, because we don't have maybe one class, one section of it, if we
There's
do.
sections for that, right? I mean, there's no sections for health other than.
Through our
Unless they're making it like recovery credit,
and through our PE courses, we still have some of the health requirements.
but not credit, for.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, again, you heard the recommendation by administration. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Made by Mr. Brian Kufal. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Elizabeth Ramos. There's a motion before the board, made by Mr. Brian Kufal, second by Ms. Elizabeth Ramos, is again to amend the instructional materials adoption committee for the 2021-2022 school year. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Mr. Rush. Item 7G, discussion and possible action regarding 2021-2022 campus improvement plans for the following: H.M. King High School, page 174, Gillette Middle School, page 188, Harvey Elementary School, page 202, Harold Elementary School, page 216, and Bettis Elementary School on page 230. Ms. Ramirez.
Thank you. And what I'm wondering, and I'm not sure if I can do, the district improvement plan is the overview and the big picture. The campus improvement plans and the DIPs are somewhat aligned. Am I able to present the district improvement plan and then move into the campus improvement plans?
Yeah, wow. Okay. You want to go through? Thank you.
So moving into the district improvement plan, which is developed off of the comprehensive needs assessment. It is a statutory requirement through Title I and ESSA. The purpose of the comprehensive needs assessment, or CNA, I'm on slide 2 or page 2, is to identify district and campus strengths, needs, and barriers based on their data. CNA will serve as a roadmap to developing the district and campus improvement plans. The district improvement and campus improvement plan address the goals, activities, action steps to improve teacher practice and student success based on the data discovery in the comprehensive needs assessment. The Kingsville ISD district improvement plan is completed annually in compliance with Texas Education Code Chapter 11, subchapters F, 11.251 and 11.252. Each school district shall have a district improvement plan that is developed, evaluated, and revised annually in accordance with state and district policies. The district improvement plan strategies serve as a guide for each campus improvement plan, as well as all department action plans in improving student performance for all student groups in order to attain state standards with respect to the Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills and the STAR EOC state assessments. There are 6 structures in the CNA and the campus improvement plans, as well as the district improvement plans. They are academic achievement, staff quality, school climate and safe and healthy schools, college career and military readiness, dropout prevention, graduation rate, family and community engagement, and technology. And under each of these structures, we set goals and activities and strategies to accomplish those goals. KISD mission statement is the mission of KISD is to provide a safe and challenging academic environment in collaboration with community partners that will empower students to achieve futures of excellence. We do look at this annually to ensure alignment with our practices, and our vision statement is today we learn and tomorrow we lead. Under the first structure of academic achievement, our goals are as follows. By May 2022, 100% of teachers with leadership support will implement the aligned core content curriculum and scope and sequence so that teacher knowledge, lesson plans, and instructional delivery are consistent across the district. By May 2022, 100% of teachers will use data to drive instruction and develop strong Tier 1 instruction and accelerated instruction activities for all student groups. By June 2022, KISD will develop a professional development plan and provide ongoing professional development that embeds best practices for teaching and learning to support teachers, leaders, and other staff to increase student achievement. These are our 3 goals for academic achievement, and you'll notice in reviewing the district improvement plan that underneath each one of these goals are specific activities and strategies. To respond to Ms. Ramos's question, I believe she asked earlier about the alignment. Is this what you were referring to, Ms. Ramos? Okay, we'll move on to that when you have that question. Let me go ahead and address now, though, that the goal is May 2022, and the reason we extended this goal this year is because we began our practice of aligned curriculum last year and programs. And we know that at the beginning of this year, not everybody was necessarily there, so we needed this year to continue to align our curriculum, provide the support that teachers needed to ensure that they had the knowledge and expertise to be able to follow through with that curriculum.
Okay, you're reading from this packet, and I'm also right here with this packet.
I'm on page 6 of the PowerPoint. Yes,
Yeah, I'm just, well, reflecting this now. This reflecting this information that we have.
Yes, reflecting the district improvement plan in your binder.
Okay, so I see performance objective. Teachers will use, okay, then it says lack of district aligned curriculum and resources. And I go through when you talked about the other campus improvement plans. Can't remember if there was another campus that also needed curriculum alignment. I just was on the impression that every, what page are you? 247, performance objective 3, SMART goal, problem statement, root cause. And that kind of took me back because I thought we were all aligned.
So in developing our aligned curriculum, some of the things from last year, because it was COVID, we had to move over because we didn't have the time to address them. So in our comprehensive needs assessment, when we're looking at the data, we have to determine what is the root cause in order to develop the goal. The root cause that we found in our needs assessment and reviewing the data and teacher surveys was that there was not an aligned curriculum in our district last year. So we had to develop an aligned curriculum, set expectations, align programs. And so this year we're continuing that work to make sure that support is there. Does that help?
Yeah, I figured everybody was already on the same page, and that to me sounds like things are changing the curriculum.
Everybody's on the same page this year in the expectation, but it's going to take us probably through May 2022 to say, what do you understand, what do you, and so, the fifth grade science was a great example of, we have STEM scopes, that's your curriculum. But when teachers haven't used something they're not familiar with, the trust isn't necessarily there. Once we provide them extended professional development from the perspective of a teacher who uses it and loves it, there was this aha light, they were like, oh my gosh, this is great, we love it. And so now we're bringing them in. So it takes a little bit of time. Yes, the expectation is there, but we don't only want to expect them to use it, we want them to increase their knowledge and how to use it.
Yeah, my main worry is, because I've heard it in the past, and not particularly for this district at all, let me just point that out. That when you align a new curriculum throughout the whole entire district, the problem with the data and the problem with moving forward is, in a year and a half, that curriculum changes again. And there's no time frame in between to see if one curriculum worked over another. How long should KISD be using this particular curriculum before we go looking at changing it up completely?
Okay, so let me use reading as an example. At the elementary level, our state adopted curriculum is Wonders. What we found out last year is not everybody was using that consistently, not only across campuses, but within grade levels as well. So now we say, this is what you must use. This is the state adopted curriculum. That's where our funds go. That's where our professional development goes. And so we expect them to use it. So when do they not use our reading curriculum anymore? When the new adoption comes up. Well, for reading, it's in like 4 more years. I'd have to look that up. Now, having said that, that's for state adopted curriculum. Let's talk about STEM scopes. STEM scopes is a program that we brought in because we didn't have an effective science curriculum. Teachers did not like the science curriculum. So we brought in STEM scopes, and we will do program evaluations on that annually, take teacher surveys to determine their use, look at our data to determine, okay, who is, we're using it with intentionality and fidelity. What does our data look like? We might know some teachers right now who are just gung-ho STEM scopes using it 100%, and we might have some that are still uncomfortable with it, and so at about 60%. And those are the ones we need to continue to bring on, and that's why we can't say, boom, 100% of people are on in Audit, because there's continuous coaching. So any program that we have, we want to do a program evaluation at the end of each year to determine its effectiveness.
How many years does that take to say that this is the right curriculum? This is working for our kids?
I would say at least a 3-year trend. Unless it was adamant that, there was a lot of information coming my way from various teachers saying, this isn't working, this isn't, but then I'd have to look a little deeper to say, why isn't it? Have we dived in deep enough to the curriculum to say it's not working? Or have we been using it with intentionality to make those determinations?
And if the state changes the TEKS, that's something as well. In history, it's ever changing because you have another year of life, of history. So there's not really an automatic concrete answer for every one of those.
And at some point, if you don't see improved test scores, do the curriculum, teachers.
I'm just wondering how many years you gotta go by before you're like, okay, that's not for us.
I would say, in my opinion, a 3-year trend, but pending some huge red flags.
So technically, we're on year 1.
Technically, I would say year 1, because we just implemented it last year with elementary and this year with secondary.
I do have a question of what's in a notebook. We have some check marks and some blank boxes. Are the check marks meaning that we have achieved that goal?
No. Sorry.
It says.
Can you give me a page number?
Any page.
I'm looking at 176 under the academic achievement.
It's on 246, it's just at the top, but I think that's
Oh, so right. Our performance objective, our goal, if you will, we have to determine what it aligns to, sorry, I know I have my glasses on, but it's hard to see. Effective, and so the effective school framework, there are levers, prioritized levers from TEA, and there's 5 of them. So what we're saying is lever 4 and lever 5 align to this SMART goal. The TEA strategic priorities has to be in our campus improvement plan and district improvement plans, and we have to determine which one of these align to this performance goal. So we're saying that in order for us for teachers to align the curriculum and then use the curriculum, we have to recruit, support, and retain, which means we have to provide them professional development. And coaching and support. We have to build a foundation for reading and math because the majority of this issue. So that TEA strategic priority aligns to this goal as well.
So these are what you're going after. It doesn't mean that you've already achieved it.
No, it just means that this goal is aligned to those effective school framework and those TA strategic priorities.
Okay, so for the academic achievement at KISD, we should be focusing on recruitment, support, and retaining teachers and principals.
So
building a foundation of reading and math.
As it aligns to this SMART goal. So by May 2022, 100% of teachers with leadership support will implement the aligned core content curriculum and scope and sequence so that teacher knowledge, lesson plans, and instructional delivery are consistent across the district. This goal aligns to recruitment and support, because if we don't support and coach and provide the PD, they're not going to be successful in this goal. It aligns to building a foundation in reading and math, because if we don't do that, they're not going to be successful in this goal, and so on. Okay, so I am going to go back to the PowerPoint, page 7. The second structure is staff quality. Our goals for staff quality are during the 2021-2022 school year, KISD departments will implement ongoing job embedded training to support professional development needs to build capacity in teachers and leaders. And I believe some of the activities and strategies that you'll see in the DIP are, we've implemented a brand new teacher academy this year, where we're meeting with our new teachers to support and coach them and provide professional development to them. We have consistent principal meetings. We've implemented assistant principal meetings this year because those are our upcoming leaders and we need to ensure that they are receiving the training. Our ITCs are receiving consistent training so that they can support their campuses instructionally and so on. The second goal for staff quality is during the 2021-2022 school year, the instructional leadership team will provide quality professional development that results in teacher knowledge and instructional delivery that is aligned to the curriculum. Our third structure is school climate, safe and healthy schools. We have 3 goals under this structure. During the 21-2022 school year, KISD will build capacity in developing a support system that improves teacher practice and student behavior so that 100% of campuses have systems for improved discipline practices. By May 2022, KISD will survey parents and community to create a baseline of district needs and monitor the programs being implemented throughout the district for effectiveness. Our goal response rate is of at least 50%. And this is something that, if you look at the timeline on the district improvement plan, I don't think this begins till January or February when we start meeting to develop that survey. Probably push it out in March, April timeframe, and then get feedback, analyze it to determine what our needs will be for next year.
Is there any way to include a student type of participation where they get to talk about the teachers?
So yes, there's not a reason that we couldn't do that. In my previous experience, we not only had teachers and staff complete the survey, we had parents complete the survey, and we had 4th and 5th grade students complete the survey. I believe all the grade levels, another 4th through juniors, I believe, complete the survey. So we can definitely look at those audiences for the survey to see the different perspectives. By June 22, and this is a new bill, KISD will develop policy to include activities addressing the required legislation regarding dating violence awareness. And so districts were to add that for the state in our district improvement plans. And so this semester, we'll be working very closely with Dr. Sandoval and Dr. Destinais to develop policy and activities and strategies moving into next year for that. Our fourth structure, college, career, and military readiness, dropout prevention, and graduation rate. We have 3 goals under this structure as well. By June 2022, KISD will develop a plan where 100% of teachers will be provided with professional development in unpacking the TEKS, or the Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills, questioning strategies, and 21st century skills, communication, collaboration, creativity, and critical thinking. By June 2022, KISD will develop and promote programs where 100% of CTE and advanced course staff will receive professional development to build capacity in programs of study and certification. And by June 2022, the district will develop an acceleration plan to support students' needs each 9 weeks for the 2021 STAR, Common Assessment, and Benchmark Assessment. And that comes through House Bill 4545. Our fifth structure, family and community engagement, we have 2 goals. By June 2022, 100% of district departments and campuses will ensure communication to stakeholders is delivered in 2 or more platforms as able to do. And during the 2021-2022 school year, 100% of parent liaisons and CIS site coordinators will design opportunities every month for parents to become more engaged with their child's progress. And again, in the district improvement plan, there are specific activities and strategies under each of those goals. And then our last structure, our 6th structure, is technology. There are 3 goals under technology. By June 2022, KISD will identify and prioritize the technology needs of the district in terms of network security and end user support. During the 21-22 school year, KISD will inventory 100% of campuses to create a technology profile for each campus that will support future campus and district purchases and development of a long-range technology plan. I believe that's been done. Correct? The inventory has been done. During the 2021-2022 school year, 100% of KISD teachers will participate in training to increase their proficiency with instructional technology tools and delivery of instructional technology practices. And that's any program that is in instructional technology, such as STEM Scopes, Education Galaxy, Achieve 3000, and so on. And then after that, you have the actual district improvement plan, which you've already referenced. And so that you'll notice under each performance objective, that is where the goal is. The activities and strategies are to the left. It gives you the individuals responsible and the progress monitoring cycles to determine where we are with each activity. Questions on the district improvement plan? So administration does recommend that the Board of Trustees approve the district improvement plan for the 2021-2022 as presented. The campus improvement plans.
That we have to vote on.
They have to vote on it, and then they'll vote on that one, and then.
We'll go back to the 7th. Yeah, you heard the recommendation by administration in regards to the 2021-2022 district improvement plan. Is there a motion?
Make a motion to approve that district improvement plan as presented.
That's been made by Ms. Thomas. Is there a second? I'll second. Second by Mr. Brian Kufo. Then the motion now before the board, made by Ms. Delma Salinas, second by Mr. Brian Kufo, is to accept the 2021-2022 district improvement plan as presented by administration. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Mr. Ramirez. And now we'll go ahead and move back up. She mentioned the board said they didn't have a problem. Going back to item 7G, discussion and possible action regarding 2021-2022 campus improvement plan for H.M. King, Gillette, Harvey, Harold, Bettis.
Correct. So the campus improvement plans are completed annually in compliance with Texas Education Code, Chapter 11, Sections 11.253, C and D. Each campus also uses their data from the comprehensive needs assessment to develop, evaluate, and revise the plan annually. The campus improvement plans serve as a blueprint for how campuses will address needs, identify, and improve student performance for all student groups in order to attain state standards with respect to the Texas Essential Knowledge, Skills, and the STAR EOC assessments. The campus improvement plans are developed in looking at the district improvement plan. However, they must take their data from their comprehensive needs assessment to determine their needs. They also have 4 cycles of progress monitoring, like the district improvement plan. And so you've received copies of the campus improvement plans in your packet. Administration is recommending that the Board of Trustees approve the 2021-2022 campus improvement plans for HMK High School, Gillette Middle School, Harvey Elementary, Harold Elementary, and Bettis Elementary.
Any discussion?
I think it's safe to say when you're reading through this, the majority of these improvement plans for each campus, this includes recruitment, support, and retention of teachers and principals, and foundation of reading and math.
Math and reading is going to be huge in each one of those, and any goal that is tied to professional development is considered a support system for recruiting and supporting and retaining teachers. Because if we're building their knowledge and supporting their needs, then we're able to retain.
I'm looking at, I think, page 176. Academic achievement. Halfway down the performance objective number 1, the goal, the problem, the root cause. Teachers lack the training and resources to effectively teach their students the demands and structure of the EOC in ELA, biology, and Algebra 1. Then we've got the activities and the strategies that all address things that are going to happen with students.
The student group, that means that activity and strategy is going to impact all students. So you can see all students, at-risk students, special education students, but because we all needed to move in the same direction, it pretty much is impacting all student groups.
I'm with you there.
Okay,
But back to the root cause. Teachers lack the training and resources. We'll stop there.
Okay.
And then we go over to the activity/strategy. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
What page are you on?
Page 176. None of those address teachers and the lack of training and resources.
So the data-driven protocols do, because that was brand new, and they needed to look at data in a different way to be able to understand that what we were doing wasn't working. And so that was developed. And I can tell you that campuses brought committees together to do these. So I'm speaking on behalf of Dr. Williams. If you have specific questions, she can maybe address why the committee stated this. Students.
No, and I'm good with that. I just wanted to make sure I was reading this correct.
Now, the other thing to take into consideration is that these campus improvement plans and the district improvement plan is a working document. And so if that's something that we need to relook and take back to that committee, because cycle 2 progress monitoring is coming up in February, then we may need to say, okay, guys, here's what you said, but look at all of your activities and strategies.
Yeah,
Sir, that's a very good point. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, thank you.
Where in other places you may have put the professional development, the training, et cetera, that was happening, this is one area for sure it should be added as well.
Very good point. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. sometimes it takes a different perspective looking at it to help us see that. So I'm sure Dr. Williams will take that back to her staff. Any other questions regarding the campus improvement plan?
I have a question, but it has nothing to do with the 2020, 21, 22, because these are current. And I know that every year, we have to evaluate your statement of core program and signature plans that have the highest percentage of at-risk for campuses that are in need. Do you know which ones will be submitting this
Which ones will be submitting?
to the state? Because every year you have to submit last year was the first year that the district improvement plan didn't have to get submitted. And it's always a year, we're a year behind, like this year, and I think it's due like in June, at the end of June, early on July. And you have to submit your evaluation.
Your comprehensive needs assessment.
Well, it's the evaluation on your actual program. You know, like you have to make progress and da. But along with that, you have to also submit your campus improvement plan. Before it was a district improvement plan, every year you have to submit it along with the campuses that are needs improvement or that have the biggest percentage of at-risk students. I was just curious, like, which ones do we have? Which campuses do we have that we would be submitting this coming year?
Yeah, I'm not sure. We do have to submit, okay, so this year, our tips are, any of our campuses that are on tip just on file. They don't have to be submitted to the state.
No, but this is
Our comprehensive needs assessments do have to be turned in to the state by the end of June. Our campus improvement plans are an ongoing working document, and those stay here and our board approves those. So I'm not sure.
Who does, I mean, I don't know who does.
Maybe you can follow up with me.
Yeah, because I can show you the verbiage, because I know we do it every year, and it's mandated that we submit these plans. I was just wondering, I was just curious who does state content, because these plans need to follow all that.
Sorry.
Well,
I
and
mean, I like your format, I do.
Thank you.
God bless you all for
It's a lot
all
of work,
this.
it is.
I mean, an amount of education and teaching that could have gone on instead of, is this at least helpful?
You know, I'm gonna say yes. And I'm answering that question from the perspective of a principal. Because my comprehensive needs assessment and my campus improvement plan, in doing that with my teachers every single year and monitoring it quarterly, what I would tell them is, this is meaningful, we're gonna bring this up, this is what we're gonna follow. When we would progress monitor cycle 1, we were already looking at cycle 2 to say where we were. And it literally was our roadmap. We weren't scattered and all over the place, guys. This is the direction we're moving. This is what our data said we needed. This is what we all agreed upon. And so we're moving the same course. So for me, it is helpful because it's the roadmap for the year, the blueprint for the year.
Good. Well, kudos and again.
And it's a training, yeah, it's a lot of work and it's a training piece also for our principals to get into this mode now. I appreciate their work.
I have a question when it comes to Gillette Middle School academic achievement. I don't know why is Gillette have the need to put in for performance objective 3 root cause there is a lack of resources for special population students. Why? Because I don't read that in any other campus, and I know that we've got, you know, issues at other campuses as far as sped resources. You know, I've heard of parents going out and getting their own resources, and then schools, you know, cutting the check to reimburse them because we can't provide those for them. What are we lacking here more at Gillette Middle than we are at others? Or can parents go get their own resources and be reimbursed? And there's no real plan here to get these kids what they need. What it sounds like.
So in looking at their data, the committee probably, or keep in mind, there are 6 different committees on a campus, and so they try to place them accordingly. And so the committee saw that the root cause was the lack of resources, whether they felt that was inclusion teachers or curriculum or knowledge in accommodations. All of those things could take place. And so those are those might be some of the strategies that they might incorporate within that.
I guess I'm just curious as to what KISD needs as far as helping our special education population.
I can tell you initially, and I can have Dr. B come up, but we do have a lot of conversations, and it's professional. It was knowledge in special education, knowledge in curriculum, knowledge in ARDs, knowledge in implementing and writing IEPs, knowledge in behavior strategies. It was a lot of PD that had been lacking for our special education, and not just our special education staff, our general education teachers were lacking this because they are general ed student first. They're teacher of record. So there was a lot of knowledge lacking, and we're currently building that, Dr. B and her team.
The lack of knowledge was due to lack of training.
Correct.
Because there had not been the training that was offered, provided.
I remember bringing to you in a meeting, maybe us voting, I don't know if it even has to go through a board, but voting to get a stipend reward for those who take special education courses for behavioral issues. I remember bringing that to your attention. It's in our policy, so. I mean, that's something I would love to bring up to talk to. I mean, if we can get our general ed teachers an incentive to get money to understand how to deal with that population, that'd be great. I'll send you a link if I can find it again. I think it's in TEA actually, TEA's policy.
And I can say and I hear this from teachers and administrators all the time, our behavior specialists are like, they're golden in this district. They have taught our principals and the teachers that they work with in addressing student discipline so much in just a short period of time. Now, extending that knowledge, we need to be able to bridge that. But initially, the job embedded training that they're doing has been huge. Any other questions regarding the campus improvement plans?
All right. Again, you heard the recommendation by administration. Is there a motion?
I move that we adopt the campus improvement plan as presented.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion is made by Mr. Brian Kufal, second by Ms. Delma Salinas, to adopt the campus improvement plans for the 2021-2022 for the following campuses: H.N. King, Gillette Middle School, Harvey, Harold, and Bettis. Any further discussion? If not, proceed to vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Motion carries 7-0. All right, item number 8, the board will enter the closed session in accordance with Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code 551.071, 551.074, to deliberate and consider the following. Item 8A, consider deliberate with legal counsel regarding pending litigation. Item 8B, consider deliberate with regarding resignation with contracted employees. Item 8C, consider deliberate regarding contracted teacher job abandonment. No action will be taken until we turn to open session. This time we'll return your interview to closed session at approximately 8:27. Thank you all for coming.
9:35 PM. Mr. Garza had to leave, so I'm going to finish out the meeting. First thing is how do we word this? What?
Nine.
9B, resignation of, resignation of employee as discussed in the back.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we allow the superintendent to accept the resignation of contracted employee under her terms as discussed in the back. As discussed in executive session. I second the motion.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded. Comment, discussion?
I don't know if I'll be doing this next year or not. Let's see.
Do you have a comment?
Yeah, I just commented.
Are you done?
Yep.
Oh, okay. All right, call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion as made, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 6-0. This one, another resignation. So yes. Second resignation? Yeah.
Hang on, I'm trying to get to the last page of 262, so I can see that.
Well, we should got it 262, I got it.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I move that the board accept the recommendation of administration in reporting Dr. Juarez's job abandonment and reporting as such.
To TEA.
To TEA.
You have a second?
I have a second that one.
Right, we have a motion and a second. Discussion? No discussion. Call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No, I say no.
No. Vote carries 5 to 1. Any further business?
We have a motion to adjourn, Mr. President?
Motion to adjourn? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Confirm this time.
Aye.